Hey everyone. Welcome to People Make It Impossible to Offer Genuine Criticism of Pirate Software by being retards who make shit up and use disproven claims along with the proven claims to make it impossible for people who actually care about the actual facts to get him in, pay for the actual bad shit he did. This is Quasar, or as I should call him, Russian Xanderhal. I don't know. Russian Keffels, Russian Vosh. I don't know. He's basically protecting a far left YouTuber by making extremely false shit up about him, so that when like the true shit comes out, like people think, oh, well, that's not as bad as the other shit I heard, right? And so it kind of like becomes like an impenetrable armor that these guys create for these guys, right? Um, it's only ever a defense for their more insipid behavior and actions, right? Pirate Software is a scam artist. Don't get me wrong. I've called him out on it as well multiple times. Even when I talked about the WoW drama and saying I don't fucking care because he's better at a game than his friends, therefore we should all harass him for being better at a game than his friends, right? Like he's alive, they're not. That's how better at a game works, right? If he's the one that's still standing and they are dead in the game, they lost, he won. That's how that goes. I don't fucking care. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. He's just better at WoW than they are, right? But apparently that's a point of drama, that he's better at a video game than other people who get paid to play it like he does, and now have a more opportunity to make more money by milking a drama that no one cares about, and also like just having to play the game from over from scratch again because now their characters are permadead, and that's how like that server works. So now they have to play the game that they make money from even more. They have to have a stable income for longer. So evil for Pirate Software for extending their stable income by making them stay relevant, by making their campaign last longer. Oh, I am so sad for them, right? But this is like the kind of the shit, right? He's a scam artist, and that's the allegations, right? He can program Hardbound. He chooses not to because he's a lazy fucking cunt weasel. And now I got to get in the ring, right? I got to get in the ring again, right? And this is just retarded because I already know a lot of these. Like, I've been fucking watching this longer than most people, and people are saying, you should talk about the grooming allegations and shit. No, the fuck I shouldn't, because that's already been disproven, right? So a 19-year-old talking to meeting a 17-year-old is not grooming. You know what that is? That's Romeo and Juliet laws, right? Unless he's 21 or older. He was 19 at the time and she was 17. That's a 2-year age gap and they're both adults. It's called Romeo and Juliet laws, also known as they met in high school retards. Like, it's legal. It's not grooming, right? The reason why Razorfist was grooming is because she was 15 and he was 30, right? Like, they didn't meet at high school unless he was like her teacher, right? Like that's kind of the difference, right? If you're doing it like with a 17-year-old, right? You have to be with like under 20 effectively, right? There's a 2 to 3 year age gap. So under 21 regardless, and under 20, he was under both. He was 19 at the time. So that's not grooming. That's called just following the law as it's written, you know? Now, to be fair, however, them having a falling out and him basically stealing from them is still bad, right? But this is the thing, right? That's also a scam artist thing. That's a scam artist claim. So we're keeping it at he scammed his coworkers before at one point, and now, right, we're at here. He's scamming his fans with Heartbound. We don't have to make anything up further. We can just say he's a notorious scam artist who's done it multiple times. And now, right now, that picture of this guy scams people and he's done it before holds water. But instead, we gotta make shit up and say, like, we don't know how laws work and act like we are imbeciles, right? And then we're apparently pretending that Yandere Dev's fucking Lord of the Rings novella of if-else statements is somehow better than anyone's code, right? Like, no one is that bad at coding. When you actually know the depths of Yandere Dev's incompetence, you can fucking tell me, right? Nobody knows it. You know how I know? Because it's inconceivable how anyone can be that retarded. Like, pirate software might not be that skilled. It might be just like a couple weeks programming. You know what? That's the funny thing. You don't really need to spend too much time learning programming, right? After a couple weeks, 99% of your shit is going on an occasional dev forum to copy and paste other people's code, right? Like once you get past the 2 weeks of learning programming, that is legit all you do anyway, right? Unless you're like John Carmack or Bjarne Stroustrup or some shit like that. You are just copy pasta in someone else who's already done shit's code. That's every single programmer. Everyone knows this. So yeah, you can, but you haven't, right? So you are at ground zero, and that is like the ground from ground zero to expert programmer. That's the funny thing about this field. Everyone's like so intimidated by it, but it takes like no fucking time to learn programming. So yeah, you can technically learn it in 2 weeks, but anyone can. Like that's just how the fucking coding works, right? You learn it in 2 weeks, and then the rest of it is just like you look at the ideas in your head and you're like, okay, let's type that on the forum and then see how they did it, and then I'll just do that, and you change up the homework a bit. It's literally coding 101. How the fuck? Like I get that you don't program, my guy, but like that is legit programming for 99% of people. And like it's not just in America. Like no. Programming is the field of can I copy your homework? Right? Like that's the fucking meme about programmers.
The pirate software content nuke. And this is a big one because this covers PDF and grooming allegations. And what makes this video super wild is the fact that right here in the comments section, we have this. Hi, I'm Wingless Emoto, someone who is going to be probably covered in the video considering he's commenting. I don't know where people keep getting the misinformation that I was 16, but I was definitely 17. This is the classic Dr. Disrespect. Oh, she's 17 and 354 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds old, so it's fine, guys. Not illegal in the slightest.
Well, no, it actually isn't, because it was like, man, these guys don't fucking know how things work, do they? This is the funny thing, right? YouTubers don't understand the law at all. These are the guys that dunk on YouTube lawyers and then wonder and say, like, no one respects YouTube lawyers. Like, yeah, but the YouTube lawyers actually know the law, right? Like, the law doesn't actually agree with what you think it does, right? The law is not, oh, I don't think this is principally okay, so therefore it's written in laws, right? No. Like, did you know that the Dr. Disrespect going into a bathroom thing, I thought that was a crime because everyone I know was always like, you shouldn't, you can't film someone in the bathroom without like explicit written consent from like you're at a film studio or something. Apparently it's legal in most states, just not mine, right? So it's still illegal where I am, but like most states, that's apparently completely legal. And he's like, wait, what the fuck? Like, you can just film someone taking a shit, and that's okay. Apparently, yeah. Apparently, yeah. So, that should already be like a red flag enough that 90% of people don't know the fucking law. That we assume things are against the law just by the fact that it makes us feel icky at the idea of it happening. But apparently it's not at all.
Legal is still legal, fight me. Nothing about the avatar I made was sexually charged. That's a strange sentence. They were just standard PG dog costumes. We know that Maldivia's fig tree is most likely, aka Thor, a furry. And nothing happened. No grooming or misconduct of any kind. If anything like that had happened, I would have outed him in 2008. And this is an extreme thing to comment. You see, there's this reason why no one ever listens to potential grooming victims, because the act of grooming is, by definition...
Yeah, but grooming isn't a crime, you fucking lose. Like, this is the funny thing, right? I can literally just look this up right now. Is grooming a crime? Right? A criminal offense, right? Is grooming a crime? Let's look at a law center. Right? Grooming does not have criminal penalties, but facilitation of a criminal sexual act is considered a crime, right? So, as in the grooming itself, if they are not, if is legal, right? But if you fuck them, then it's no longer legal, right? So, like, basically, because of what grooming usually entails, right? It's perfectly like, okay, so grooming is effectively, right? Like, this is another thing, right? You can just read this, right? No people read this. Another thing I'll do, look at Romeo and Juliet law, right? Right? So what is okay, this is like my state, so like here we go, right? Like, we don't have one here, so like that's the thing, right? But a lot of states do have, fuck you. A lot of states do have Romeo and Juliet laws, right? And it's basically, if you're an adult who is extremely close in age to the minor, it's not considered a crime. Now in the United States, of course, we have 50 countries united in one nation as a union. That's why we're called the United States of America, just so you know. So, there's 50 states and like the city-state that is Washington, D.C. So 50 countries in one city-sized country, right? And then we combine them in a union, right? Known as the American Constitution. And then it's like the laws everyone has to follow. Okay, fuck this fucking website. I fucking hate those bots. Get the fuck... AI needs to get the fuck out, like AI pop-ups are even worse than fucking old pop-ups, because you close them and then they open again. Right? You get like add-ons to get rid of pop-ups, like everyone, and then now we got AI popping up. It's like, what the fuck? Because like it constantly runs a script. Okay, that was annoying. But anyway, that apparently my government has AI pop-ups. That's fucking weird, wild. That they decided that was okay. Fuck you, Elon Musk. I don't know. I don't know if anyone else would be doing that shit, because that's like new to like a lot of like government sites for my state, and like Elon Musk is an AI bro, so that's my interpretation of why that fucking chatbot is there. But it looked like it was like it looked toxic as fuck with like how it kept popping up. Like, I closed you, bitch. I don't want to talk to you.
The fact that someone makes the other person believe that nothing bad is happening. This is why potential grooming victims and targets are never actually asked about what they believe happened in this situation, because the grooming is gaslighting someone into believing that nothing...
Yeah, but you also... Okay, so have any of you guys gone to the police, right? Here's a little thing, right? If you believe that it's grooming, here's what you do, right? FBI.gov, right? You go here, right? You go to cybercrime. We'll just go here, right? We'll show you. So you submit a tip, right? You submit a tip, and then like, okay, so it's grooming, right? So what you do, is you would, where is it at? Cybercrimes, I believe. No. Where is it? Go find it. Oh yeah, here we go. So we go there. All right. Nope. Okay, so here we go. Right here we go. Right. Understand. I agree. Right. And then submit a tip. Right. Put those under there. Right. And then okay, so they're a minor, right? So yeah, so crimes against children, right? You would go here, and so this would be the sexual exploitation of a minor, and then yes, right? And then this is what you would do, right? You would fill this form out, and that would be it, right? But they don't want to do that, right? Because that would mean that they would actually have to prove that they care about the situation. And because they're drama YouTubers, they have to pretend they don't actually care about any of this because they don't. Like the thing is, they're not pretending; they just don't care, right? Their entire purpose is to they're like parasitic organisms, right? The entire purpose of one of these channels is to leech views off of someone bigger than and better than them at entertaining, and then like they always die down too after a bit because they don't have any content of their own that they make. They're like Nick Fuentes jokes, right? Nick Fuentes jokes are not funny on their own. He has to have what I call an assistant comedian, right? Usually known as an SJW who freaks out at his like setup, and then they do like some wiggly arms and like assault and shit, and then that's the joke. That's the funny part, right? So the SJW is the comedian. Nick Fuentes is the talent agent, right? Like that's what I call like drama YouTubers, right? They are talent agents effectively, if anything, right? They find more talented people for you to watch. And that's their job, right? Their job is to find people who are there to make you more entertained than they can possibly do. That's why I don't like a lot of these spheres. Like I do drama too, but you know what? I keep it 100. I'm like, I will not ever fucking pretend that I'm more moral than anyone I cover because I don't fucking care about morals. I'm a drama YouTuber, right? And I go full on that, right? But these guys act like they got morals. No, fuck you don't. You're a fucking drama YouTuber. If you had morals, you'd be making your own fucking content. But you don't, because you can't. You're incapable of doing that. You don't want to actually put in the effort to make real content, you fucking dweeb fucking weasel. Get the fuck out of here, right? You are a non-content creator, not a content creator. You guys need to be wiped from the internet and fucking executed by having your skin peeled with a potato peeler slowly, one cell at a time, you fucking cunts. Let's be real here.
Nothing bad is happening. So sentences like this are completely worthless. And here is the super big kicker.
The whole allegations are completely worthless, you dumbass fucking retard.
It's Pirate Software himself commenting, these idiots are trying too hard. Which is wild, considering Pirate Software does not engage with this drama. He is just trying to sweep it under the rug. But here he is, commenting. That's strange. And what's even more strange is the fact that this is 2 days old. This is 2 days old, and this is 3 days old, the video, which is very, very, very wild, I would honestly like to say, because he typically ignores all of this, but I'm sure this is not some kind of setup or anything like that, considering Thor literally never answers any other drama. So let's watch.
Wow, what a video.
So what you're saying is He's answering this drama, and the drama is a bunch of poorly designed screenshots. Okay, whatever you want to
I
call
just want to start by saying this video gets into
like a good way to say it, right? If this is grooming, right? Okay, here's how we go about it, right? Covering grooming on YouTube would also be grooming, right? Because if we're talking about like the FBI, like the legal representation of sexual exploitation of a minor, right? Covering it, right? If you actually think it's sexually exploiting a minor, covering it would also be distributing the content that you think is child porn, right? So you would be distributing child porn. So you would be a sex offender. That's how that goes, right? The only thing you do with child porn is you report it to the FBI, and that's it, right? If you do anything else, you're a fucking leech who distributes child porn to people, right? That's how that works, right? The only way to get rid of child porn is to go to the FBI, and that's it. You go directly to the FBI. You do not go to site admins. You do not go to Discord mods. You do not go to Telegram fucking people, right? You go directly to the Federal Bureau of Investigation and have them sort it out, because that's their job, not anyone else's. And if it's like an overseas crime, right? If it happens in another country, right? Just ask the CIA instead. They're the ones that have authority in other countries. That's a funny thing. Like, a lot of people don't know that. Like, the CIA is like the FBI for other countries in the United States. Yeah. No, I'm just joking. You actually go to like their federal authorities. The CIA is only for terrorism. But I mean, it would be funny if you did that. But no, don't. I don't. Yeah.
some pretty heavy topics,
Sad part is the CIA ends up being like pretty scummy themselves.
including doxing, sexual
That's
assault.
why like everyone's like, oh, FBI on Twitter, right? But the problem is that they don't know that that's just a McDonald's employee. You have to actually go to the FBI itself. A tip is basically like you start an investigation, right? And then a call is like you've already done the investigating, right? Now, if you've already done the investigating and you do a call, right? If you're wrong, you go to prison, right? Because you're falsely reporting information to a federal officer, right? Now, with a tip, right? Because a tip, they can be like you report something true, but it might not necessarily be a crime to do. As long as you are factual in the report, it doesn't matter if it's not actually a crime, you won't go to prison. That's why I always suggest tips, right? Because then you just say what happened, and as long as you say what happened, you're fine, right? It's like the point of like my Grums video. Everyone's like, oh, no, go to jail for 5 years. And yet I reported nothing false, right? Everything in that video is factually evident, right? But it is something, some of those things might not be a crime. Like, it's not a crime to be a kike from China, from California, right? It is, however, true information. It's just not a crime. So, because of the schizophrenic way I wrote that, that was mainly as a joke to dunk on him for threatening to pull the FBI on Denims for a joke, because where she basically just called him boring and said she would pay $30,000 to have Eve's tits get enlarged and also have him removed from Twitter, right? Like, that was the threat, right? She doesn't want to see Grums on Twitter anymore because he's boring her, and she also wants Eve's tits to be bigger, right? So that also means that Grums, by getting mad at that, wants Eve to have smaller tits, right, than she could have had. So Grums is literally like Grums doesn't get this because he doesn't get jokes, but he promoted the censorship of Eve by doing that. That's really like the setup for her joke, right? Grums has to want to censor the game, but like he's saying he's anti-censorship, so he has to go against his positions to attack her. And nobody got that but me, apparently. Apparently nobody got that but me and everyone else who has a sense of humor. which is apparently millions of people and not just me. But apparently, I'm the only one that said it because I'm the only one that says the joke, I guess. But everyone got it. Let's face it, right? Grums is boring, and it has to stand on a stone of hypocrisy to defend himself here, right? But yeah, also the FBI, right? You should report grooming to the FBI if you are talking about actual crimes, right? What happens is you go on YouTube, you are a criminal then, right? Right? You have to, in order for you to be allowed to do that, right? You notice how like all the true crime channels, they have to make up names and like kind of doctor the actual evidence for the video, but then like the actual evidence is real, but they can't show the real evidence because if they showed the real evidence, they'd be crooks too. Yeah, that's actually why like Dateline can't show the actual screenshots from and names of things, right? Because that would be illegal. Yeah, like people don't know that, but that's actually part of the implementation of this bullshit. You have to not show this evidence, right? You have to let the courts do that. No one
Old
else.
allegations, grooming minors, and much worse.
I'm sure his 7 years of experience at Blizzard are gonna come through. I am sure that his dad, who was, by the way, did you not know that the Pirate Software's dad was the original Val character in the South Park episode? Yeah, I bet you didn't.
So fair warning.
And that was very much a kind of a shitty gunshot sound. What the fuck? Like the gunshot sound was like it sounded like fucking like you just like blew into a mic a little bit. It's like whoosh. Like what the fuck? Your gun is that fucking quiet, right? The silencer effects in movies. It's like no.
The Blizzard.
Subsonic ammo, right? Subsonic ammo and a full-on silencer. It's still not quiet, right? Like, you know, it's a lot quieter with subsonic ammo in the silencer, right? Because the silencer, you know, silences the fucking like the point of a silencer is it gets rid of like the sound from like, you know, the gas is leaving the barrel, right? But like it's the sonic boom that creates like the majority of the sound, right? So subsonic ammo doesn't go faster than sound, so they have a little bit of a like leeway there, right? But it's still loud. It's just not loud as fuck, right? But like if you use a silencer and they're like, oh, it's gonna make it like no. It's not at all.
I deep dive into pirate software. There are things that
games, I'm fine with it because my thing is I play games for fun, right? I don't really care about realism. So if a silencer makes it silent in a video game, I don't care, or like a movie, I don't care, right? But like a fucking in real life, that's not how they work, right?
uncovered that I couldn't have even imagined.
The appeal to the game is realism. I think a silencer, you know, being silent is cool.
I would be making a video about things that taught me more about him than I ever needed to know. I'm going to go over his credentials a little bit, but if you want to skip to the juicy stuff, you can click on this timestamp here. But I do want to...
You know, what's funny is he's making a video about grooming allegations, and he's playing a kid with an alien, right? You should be playing like a Mexican with a Yautja, you know, like make it Alien versus Predator. You get fucking these guys have no sense of humor. They don't know like the proper way to do things. You want a Mexican kid against a Yautja, so it's Alien versus Predator. Hey, my guy, like just like you're like, oh, I have to take this seriously, but then like the serious version is boring, right? You're saying you want to do drama YouTube, right? But then this is what counts as drama YouTube these days. That's another thing. Drama YouTube used to be fun, right? back in like the like the PewDiePie days, right? Drama YouTube used to be wild as shit, but then the adpocalypse happened, and guys like the Quartering who don't know how to do drama YouTube, it started going up, right?
Establish
Because
a
it became, let's not actually make fun drama videos. Let's make like 9,001 videos, daily videos, one for each pound of my stomach, and then like clone ourselves 9,001 times to upload these 9,001 videos every day of why Brie Larson's small ass is ruining movies. And that's like the Quartering bullshit. That's what this guy is doing, right? He's 9,001 daily videos of why pirate software is bad because he's better at video games than me.
fact pattern to reinforce
Right?
some of the
Like notice they're not talking about the scam right now, right? The actual proven crimes. They do that a little bit in the middle of the video and kind of brush it off as if it doesn't matter. And then like they go with this whole like thing, right? If it was a crime, why isn't he in prison? Right? Like this is the funny thing about people like this, right? If it was a crime and it was reported by someone before, why isn't he in prison? And if it wasn't reported by anyone before, why wasn't it? Because if this is apparently well documented crimes, right? Why hasn't it been reported? Right? Where apparently this has been documented for several years, but no one's reported it yet. No one's made that call. Strange, ain't it? Right? It almost seems like what they did was not illegal, right? Now you can make fun of them for it, but ultimately it's not a crime, right? Because you can make fun of anyone for anyone, right? I can make fun of the fact that this guy is a soy boy who can't grow a beard, has no jawline to speak of, and has like the body of a fucking Stay Puft Marshmallow. But I can also make fun of this dude's gameplay, right? This game, like he's making this game look like it's boring, right? Because he's doing like pedo allegations and he's not doing the right game, right? Also, his female cohort is the only one, like in his like trucker cohort have funnier names than him, right? He is lacking X and he looks like Corey Feldman, right? And this guy, like, tap me in, brother. Like, he looks like an actual fucking dude, right? And then, she doesn't look like Hillary Duff, but you know what? She looks like she could be a Futanari, right? So Hillary Trap God Duff, right? It's just a Futanari Hillary Duff, but also black apparently. I don't know why. And then Breezy, like, how do you, the YouTuber who made the video, have the lamest fucking name in your group? God damn, dude. Like, get that fucking YouTube ad also out of there. What the fuck is that shit? That makes it look like you are a fucking loser already. It's like the TTV guys in games. It's like, dude, get the fuck out of here with that. I don't fucking care that you use Twitch TV. Like, are you a person or are you a Twitch TV? Right? Like the TTV makes you sound lamer.
the later, more serious allegations. So, in case you didn't know, yeah, I don't know if you guys know this, but I worked at Blizzard Entertainment. It's a cold world out there, folks, and it's only getting colder.
Like, where's the humor? Wait, where's the humor? Like, mushrooms, okay. So he's high?
So I feel like it's pretty common knowledge at this point that he was just like a nepotism hire. I mean, his dad was one of the first 10 employees at Blizzard Entertainment. He worked as a defensive security specialist. However, I want to point out there's no evidence he did any coding or game developing. So citing his time at Blizzard when he's talking about everything from coding to fucking game developing to marketing is misleading, if not an outright manipulative lie. And I say
yeah, so just to add more context to this, most likely, pretty much 99.9% sure at this point, is that everything Pirate Software has said about being a coder, working at Blizzard to make World of Warcraft better and whatnot, all of that is lies. And I don't...
Sure. I mean, Where is the evidence of this, right? Like, here's the thing, right? This is how it actually goes, right? If someone says something and it like, here's how it goes, right? If it's not a crime, you take them at face value, right? They don't have to prove it. You have to prove them wrong instead, right? Because they're not making a criminal statement, they're making a statement, right? So, you have to prove them wrong on positive statements that aren't crimes, right? But on crimes, you have to prove them right, right? You have to prove them like they have to. So basically, right? If someone is accused of a crime, right, you have to prove beyond shadow of a doubt that you did that, right? But if someone is accused of a positive thing, you don't, right? You just have to be like, okay, we haven't seen any evidence that that's false, right? Because it's not a crime. No one's saying anything negative about that person, right? And it's a lot easier to prove that someone's making shit up anyway, right? When it comes to like job positions and stuff. You know how you do that? You look at their employment records. There are many ways to do that. I can go about some of them, but I'm not going to right now because I'm too lazy.
I don't personally even believe that he worked at cybersecurity. Most likely, in my opinion, he was a QA tester. Because you see, the thing about Pirate Software not working as a security specialist is the fact that he constantly complained about having minimum wage at Blizzard, and that's the reason he left. If you are working as a cybersecurity expert anywhere, there is no world where you get minimum wage. I have never heard a position.
Oh, yeah. So he worked in a cybersecurity team as a QA. That's basically what that really means. Like, he is like the intern at there, right? Which, because he was like a child at the time, it makes sense. Okay, he's a child working at Blizzard, so he gets paid the child wage. And we give him like a team that's like important. We give him like the minimum work, right? He still does stuff, but it's like not like the most important things. It's like, okay, right? That's not really a lie. That just proves that his position wasn't as heavy as he probably thought. Like, okay, like where are we getting at? Like where's the juicy bits, right?
Cybersecurity, where you get paid minimum wage. As far as I know, that doesn't even exist. So that is very sus.
Manipulative lie, because this is a part of a larger pathology. He's not some soy gamer nerd with a cringe, nerdy voice. He's a cool hacker guy, you know?
True,
this
big
projection of being a cool professional with 7 years at Blizzard, a hacker with a deep voice who is not just some soy kid who likes to stream on Twitch. And it's fine, you could be a soy kid who likes to stream on Twitch, but like projecting this image that you're some like cool pseudo expert on everything and that you know about social engineering and that you're a hacker or whatever is just stupid. But there's very much intentionality.
No, it's called having a character. Okay, so here's what we do, right? So let's look at someone who is actually like good on YouTube, right? Let's just go, right? Let's do this right instead. So we're gonna do, right, is we're gonna go right to this, right? We're gonna go to let me look at it. AVGN, right? Did you know that this guy right, is not real, right? This is a character that he plays in a video, and in this, right, this doofy old boomer, right, that you see in like Neighbor Nerds, right? This is the real AVGN, like the real James Rolfe, right? This is a character. This is the real guy, right? And the important distinction of it is this is just like a boomer uncle that's kind of cool a little bit, but really is kind of fucking lame. And this is a funny fucking dude, right? Now, why is that, right? Why would James Rolfe pretend to be a obnoxious asshole on the internet when he's actually just a wholesome dad? Well, it turns out that the obnoxious asshole he portrays himself as is funnier than the wholesome dad, right? And he understands this because while he isn't terminally online, he does understand that there is an importance to some anonymity and also a character persona when it comes to creating entertainment content. So you guys are mad that someone knows the game better than you do, right? And I think it's pretty clear when you guys have like no subscribers compared to him, right? I have no subscribers compared to him, but I'm not trying to play the game. I'm playing the anti-game. I'm doing what I want. I'm putting the U in YouTube back. I'm just doing what I fucking want. But you guys are acting like you have to do this, right? Oh, it's my job. I got to do this. I got to expose these bullshit, right? I expose these bullshit while I eat Cheeto dust and my fucking stomach becomes more lard than belly, right? Okay. You're more lipid than I'm more lipid than man. I've got a Swedish accent and I'm like my hairline is receding, but I'm cool, guys, just being myself. No, you're not. The fuck out of here.
Behind it. There's a reason that he acts this way, and it's to get away from his past.
And like here we have like the nasal Nort voice too of the other guy. Hey everyone, I sound like Squidward, but like without any testicles. How are you all doing today? Did you know that this guy is a pedophile? Now I know I sound like a pedophile myself, so I have experience in this shit. What the fuck are we talking about, right? like... Let's be honest here. What the fuck are you guys on? What drugs are you guys on? I want some. Like you're telling he's on shrooms, so you guys are on something better than shrooms. That's what I'm hearing, right? Where's your dealer? What are his prices and where's his location? Like I want his name, his prices, and his location. Okay, name, location, and prices. Name, location, and prices. Dealer, name, location, and prices. I need to know what the shit you're on is.
There's a certain image he likes to project.
Definitely some good shit.
To get credibility, and through that credibility, he wants to gain followers, and he wants to use those followers as a weapon. This pattern dates all the way back to 2007. He's intentionally curated this character to get away from this and that.
Right, okay, so, right, so Second Life avatars that are just Second Life avatars. Right, and what's the other thing? Right, where's the other thing, right?
Named Maldivius Fig Tree, which was his original username.
Intentionally curated this character to get away from this.
Alright, Woodbury, Sims, and groups destroyed. Alright, yeah, so, like, nothing
and that.
serious, so a cute animal, like...
And that.
Alright, and then DMs, where he reported someone who is underage, alright?
And much more.
So it really does not like when you...
It legitimately was just those three things. And those three things don't actually prove anything. It's like, okay, I hired a minor, and then like they ended up being a minor, and then they failed to do the job I was paying them to do, so I stopped paying them. And because they're a minor, like it kind of already voided their contract anyway. They didn't work on anything sexual. They made cute ferret models for Second Life. Now, some people probably did make sexual add-ons to those things, but that person I hired did not. So therefore, they didn't work on anything sexual. They weren't around anything sexual, and they made models for money, and they were 17 at the time, which means that it really didn't really have to do with anything illegal at all. So where are we getting at? Where is the juice?
Used the username Maldivius Fig Tree, which was his original username. Oh man, that is some dark stuff.
So to talk a little bit more about him playing this character and a little bit more of him feeding into it, we have these DEF CON badges, right? And these were given to everyone on teams. So it doesn't actually go to any individual person. So Thor claims, I got these badges.
Oh, I know. I will explain this in a more human way. Just give me a sec.
It went to me, but in reality, it went to these teams, right? So you have a bunch of
So he was on the teams, and he got 3 badges for being on these teams. And so he got them because the entire team got them. So he got them, but the entire team was also given them. So everyone in this group was giving them, including him, because they were on a team that gives out these badges for being on the team. Right? Like, that's like saying I got a manager badge at Starbucks, you know, and that's like saying, well, these are handed out to every manager at Starbucks. You didn't do anything special. I'm like, you know, everyone who's on the team of managers at Starbucks gets this manager badge. Like, yeah, that's how it works. Right? You get a position on a thing, and you get a badge for that position. Everyone fucking knows that. This is called having a job 101. Right? Yeah, he had a job. Okay, so he had 3 jobs in game development. Okay?
the teams of people here.
Like I thought this was supposed to debunk that, not make it stronger. He's on 3 different teams with full of people who are experienced. Some of that experience probably rubbed off on him. He probably didn't know anything that he was doing the first team, and he learned more and more as he went, right? Like, what are we fucking going on, right? Like, where is the juicy parts here? It's like the least.
Now, he just happened to be a part.
Did you know that Pirate Software used to have a job that he made money on, and like he had to go to like this physical building to make said income? Like what? Like what? Like we haven't even gotten to the actual crime, the scams. Where is that at? Let's get to it.
A couple of these teams. So one team consisted of 12 people.
Right.
And,
so he has a team of 12. Right.
And one consisted of 21 people.
So then he had a team of 21 people. All right.
So that does not equal. Let's put a little line in there. No. Con badge.
They all were giving it. So there's 21 people who got badges here. There's 12 people who got badges here, and there's 3 who got badges here. So that means, right, that he has a total of 3 badges, but for one of those badges, 20 other people have it, and another of those badges, only 2, right? So he still has those 3 badges, right? They are still his. But there are other people who also have that badge because they were also on that team. So they also did work that gave them badges. So he had 3 jobs, one with a team of 3, one with a team of 12, and one with a team of 21. All right? So he was on 3 dev teams, and he got badges for each of them. Like, what are we talking about other than, yeah, that's how the job market works. You are, like, if it's a job, you're never alone because a job means you're getting paid by someone else to do something for them, right? So clearly, if he got a badge, it's for a job, right? So someone else was also working on him at that job. Did you know that's how jobs work? Oh, yeah, that's how jobs work. If you're an entrepreneur who runs their own business, it's not considered a job. It's considered, it's considered it's considered ownership, right? Like you were the employer at that point. You're not an employee because you run your own fucking shit, right? Yeah, everyone knows that. I thought like that was like fucking common knowledge. Apparently, like we have to explain to people on YouTube that how jobs work. Like what? Like, okay, yeah, he wasn't the only one who got those badges. 20 other people got one of them, and 2 other people another one, and 11 other people a second one. All right, what the fuck?
So I alluded that he...
Okay, let me explain the DEF CON thing. So DEF CON is some kind of computer thing where people who are supposedly good at computers go and compete. And it's like puzzles. You're supposed to solve puzzles. And the hardest puzzle awards you with a DEDCON badge that means free entry because you're actually really good at computers, programming, hacking, and, a lot of different stuff, technically.
So he won 3 different badges with 3 teams in 3 different competitions. So then it's even cooler then. What the like all you're saying is okay, maybe he leached off of other people, I guess, but he still got those badges. So it's not even a job. It's actually a competition, which means that if he was a weak link, that would actually make it harder for the team to get their badges, right? Because the weak link is always the one who makes it harder on everyone, right? So if he is in fact a weak link, and he still made it, that team ended up doing even better, right? So his teams are great then, if that's what you're saying, right? So he's on some fucking amazing teams, if he's their weak link and he keeps winning.
And Pirate Software claims that he has like 1 or 2 badges of that. But the thing
Actually,
is, if you go into it on that puzzle with a team of like 10 people and you solve it, each of you get 1/10 of a badge. And 1/10 of a badge, surprise, surprise, is not actually a full badge. And Pirate Software has been on 2 teams that have solved. No one knows what his input on these teams was actually.
so no, you all get the badge. You physically all get, like, what? How do you think this works? Like, you just get a fraction of the badge, like they cut it in pieces? No, they all give you a badge. That badge, like, yeah, okay, yeah, like, this is like saying that the quarterback who, like, manages the football team on the field, right, isn't the only player on a football team. Therefore, he only has a 12th of the fucking, like, of the fucking game plan there. And, like, no, he's the one, like, managing it, right? And, like, all the players, though, have an important part of that game. So, like, if you take out one of the players, right? Like, if you take out one of the roles in a football game, right? You forfeit the game. Actually, that's what happens, right? So, the entire team winning the ring in a Super Bowl, the entire team wins that ring, right? So, like, when Tom Brady leads the Patriots to a Super Bowl, right? Because he did that a bunch, right? He's not the only one who is collecting rings, right? He's the only one that collected all the rings because he was the only one consistently on the Patriots when they won, right? But he did score the Patriots team 6 rings. He got 6 of them himself because he was involved in all of them. And then a lot more people left the team or retired since then, so they didn't get all 6 that he did. But they all get the ring. He just is the one who gets the most because he's the one who's still on the team the entire time. That's how that works.
Maybe he did something, maybe he did nothing. But
if he did nothing, I'm pretty sure they would have kicked him out the first time.
He has like 1/30th of a badge.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
Case scenario, and considering this is actually kind of a big deal in the computer nerd sphere, that kind of gives him a lot of cred technically in some parts of the internet. And well, the easy way to prove that he actually is good at that and he actually did do all of those things is just to show the badge. He can just show the badge.
But he did, so you guys are ignoring that. And this is the funny thing. Like, he has shown the badge. So, like, what drugs are you on?
But he never does. Because there is no badge. So
he has, though. So where are we getting at that with?
He's just lying about him.
Well, no, you're just lying about this. I get that you don't watch him. You're just making drama off of other people's content because you're a leech. And then they're a leech because they're making content off of his content because they can't make any of their own content. Yeah, I get that, right? I get how it works. And I'm a leech. Like, I'm a leech of a leech of a leech of a leech, effectively, right? You're like an army of leeches, and I'm the one sucking the blood out of all of you. I'm gonna be the ultimate leech. Yeah, I'm gonna get fat off my blood because I got your blood, then I got like this like nasal pedophile's blood, then I got pirate software's blood. I gotta keep sucking that bleach. I gotta keep leeching. I'm gonna get fat. You were already fat. I'm gonna get fatter than you. I'm sucking too much blood.
Having credentials.
He was running away from something with all this, and what was he running away from?
Okay. Why are you just proving that you're bad at the piano? You can barely play any keys. Okay, so his dark past is that he has a ferret persona and that he paid someone to make a model of the ferret persona that was safe for work. You can clearly see there's no genitalia here. And then he didn't want to work with them after he found out that they were a minor, so he fired them because he found out that the person he paid was underage. However, they didn't do anything sexual. He just doesn't like working with kids on these kinds of things. So where are we going with this? Like, what are we talking about? Okay, so he does safe for work stuff for a commission from someone. They happen to be underage, and he says, "I don't want to work with you, and just in case." Where's the bad part, right? Like this is the thing. This is the dark past. Like, okay, right? You know what this would be like, right? This would be like if, me getting molested by my stepfather when I was 5, and then, was actually replaced, right? Like, so I have an actual dark past, right? I was molested by my stepfather when I was 5, so I cucked my mom when I was 5 years old, right? I cucked my own mother at 5, right? Because I will not take victimhood anymore. I'm like, I cucked my mom, right? I'm a Chad. I cucked my own fucking mom. I was only 5 years old, cucking my mom, right? That's how we do, right? But anyway, so I cucked my mom at 5 with her own husband, right? I was fucking my mom's husband when I was 5 years old, right? Anyway, let's that would be like saying, like, instead of that, right, the actual dark past that I have, that would be like saying, like, I ate too many cookies from the cookie jar, right, and I got fat, and that's dark because that's unhealthy, right? Like, or like, like that would be like, hey, like a good way to say it, right? This would be like saying, hey, I was a kid once and I like drew like cartoon animals when I was a kid, right? Now, I didn't do anything sexual until I was already 21, right, with my art, right? But because I drew like these cute little dinosaurs on Fur Affinity when I was like 14, right? Apparently, that means that I must have been groomed, right, by furries, not my stepfather, who was a child molester, right? But I must have been groomed by furries. And the reason why is that furries, who I had no sexual experiences of until I was 18, right? And actually signed up for the like a real adult account on the site. Until then, I only drew cute cuddly animals, and posted them on this site that eventually, like, that also has porn on it, but you have to make an account to see it, right? So I had like a kid's account, right, effectively on there though. So I didn't see furry porn, but because furries make furry porn, even though I didn't see it until I was older, I must have been groomed by that, right? And not my stepfather sticking his dick in my ass that was larger than my age in inches, right? And this is like the wild bullshit about these guys, right? they will take actual serious stuff and treat it like it's a nothing burger. And then they will make shit up about like something that isn't serious. And then they will treat like actual confirmed crimes as if they're a nothing burger. And then they will take like him being better at a video game than them as if it's like the most evil thing imaginable. And this is why these guys keep getting like not caught, right? Which like I mean, like, it's just stupid as fuck.
Despite the jokey nature of that intro, and I do like to keep it a little lighthearted.
Like, this is legit just cancel culture, and it's not actually going to work out in the end. Like, here's how you beat cancel culture. No. See, I already beat it, right? You can't cancel me because I said no. Right? I have not committed a crime. I said no. You are not canceling me.
We're going to be going into some pretty serious topics here.
Like,
Pirate Software used to go by the
You just gave him the ammo to give. You just gave him the armor. You just gave him the plot armor.
alias Moldavius Fig Tree.
Now my covering of his scam that is Heartbound will hold no weight because you guys are making shit up and making it harder.
This is his earliest confirmed online presence. He's got a pattern of striking down anyone who uses this name, so if you see that my channel's gone, that's why. Feel free to subscribe to my other channel, it'll be in the description, youtube.com/@lackingxl. Under this alias, Pirate Software was very active in the Second Life/furry community. Second Life is basically just a social game where people can own plots of land, make avatars, and code stuff, do a little ERP. It's basically Roblox and VR chat with more of an emphasis on middle-aged women who spend too much time online.
You know what, you little cocksucker? You want fucking threaten me
It's just Gen X VR chat. That's what it is.
again? Huh? I'm right here, you little shit. Threaten me now, fucker.
Now, despite being called Second Life, people treat it as their first life. You can literally hear people shutting their kids up in the background while they're crying just so they can be with their fake kids.
Oh yeah, no, I know. This is like Second Life has a bunch of bullshit with it. My ex was deeply into it, and I just like, I mean, like no. Like this is the funny thing, right? If you have no responsibilities, hey, go for it, right? Once you get like animals or kids in your life, get the fuck out of there. Like, I had like a cat lady who lived in a fucking hoarder house when I was with my ex, right? So I had my ex, I had a fucking crazy cat lady, and it was a hoarder house, right? And also like the crazy cat lady had her husband, right? So this is like the way I was living, right? And you know what the funny thing, right? We had like my ex was closer to the bathroom than me, right? So she kept pissing in cups and dishes that I had to wash, right? But like she was closer to the bathroom than me. But meanwhile, I made it to the bathroom 100% of the time, having this longer distance, right? And I had to clean up the floor to sleep, right? Because it was that fucking dirty when I got there. I had no place to rest my little head for a couple months. It was disgusting. There's cat shit everywhere from when the cats were up there, and like ugh. And that's how I had to live, right? And then these people, like, also another thing about my ex, like they act like they were like you know, she acts like she was like, oh, I'm so like helping you out, right? And stuff, right, to her friends. I like as if like I was there for free and not paying more of her bills than they were. Like, yeah, I needed a place to live. I needed a roof, right? I didn't need a hellhole, right? And I even said, all you have to do is like comfort me every once in a while, and we're Gucci. And they didn't want to do that, right? So I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'm fucking ungrateful because you didn't keep up any of your end of the bargain. You know, like, and then you kicked me out for like being mad that you kept stealing from me. Yeah. You know what? And now I'm on my own, right? Now I'm in like I pay less money despite my rent being higher. I pay less money a month, right? And you know, I have just it's my own room, right? Because the other thing is I didn't have my own room. I had like the living room upstairs, and there was no door. Now I have this. It's a fancy little thing, right? It's like it makes it feel so much better. I have a door to my room that is a barrier of entry for other people. So I can do things on my own without having to make sure no one's leeching on me, right? And shit, right? I'm just joking. Like, that's not why. But, like, hey, look, hey, maybe I'm just fapping a porn and I don't want people looking at it, right? Like, what are we talking about, right? Like, I want me time sometimes, but I didn't get that at my, it was stupid, right? I didn't get a room. I didn't get a bed. I had to, you know, I had to like, basically make that my room. It was dirty as shit. It was fucking so disgusting. But I'm out of there, right? I'm no longer living with Asmongold, Junior, right? I'm living on my own, right? And my room isn't perfectly clean, but you know what? I can clean it up in 5 minutes, right? I got little dishes that I clean up every couple days anyway, right? So those are going, right? Then I got my clothes, I can wash them, and then I got a couple bags of trash. Bags of trash though, like the trash is already in the bag. As in, all I got to do is take it out, and then that's clean too, right? And that's the thing. That's how I live now. How I lived back then, everything was everywhere. Everything. Like, there was no floor. There was only trash. Disgusting. That's how I lived for a bit.
Family. And he was known for many things in this community, most prominent of which was harassing users and turning them against each other to take their communities over, as well as scamming a 16-year-old girl out of money and then reporting her for being underage, despite knowing that at the time that she was making sexually charged avatars for him. Part of the claim is he fired her because she wasn't working.
Sexually charged, but then you see it and it's not sexually charged. This is the thing, right? If you're going to claim it was sexually charged, what was sexually charged about it, right? Like, all I see is a cute animal character, right? That's the thing. Like, ultimately, you have to, like, actually have evidence that there was something sexual about that. Because otherwise, like that's like saying, oh, this person drew, like, an anime model, right? And, like, anime people can be freaks. But the anime character itself isn't freaky. But there are freaks who like anime, so they're going to use it for something freaky. But it's not freaky in its own right. So then it's not freaky. They didn't make anything freaky. There's just freaky people who might use it for freaky stuff, right? Like, ultimately, right, it has to be inherently sexual what they did. Not someone else will sexualize it. They have to be the one sexualizing it. As in, the art itself has to qualify as porn, right? If we take away the furry fandom, right, is there anything sexual about the ferret model that I saw? No. It's only if you include the bullshit of the furry fandom. But because not every furry is always like that, now you have a pickle, right? Because now not everyone is like that. It's not 100%. It's just an alarmingly large, like, I think it's like 20% number, right? So 20% are going to be thinking freaky thoughts about that. And maybe Thor was too. Maybe that's why he fired her for being 17, because he was thinking freaky thoughts about that, but he didn't want that in their business, right? Okay. It's bad, but that's their work, right? Their work is thinking freaky thoughts of, but the artist isn't, right? So here we have like a little bit of a problem here, right? With the grooming part, right? They aren't making anything bad. He just thinks bad things about what they're making. So the person in question is fine in what they're doing, and he's fine in requesting it, but it's a little weird, but it's legal, right? Legally, that's fine. They're not making anything pornographic. He's just going to use it for something pornographic later. But they aren't doing it themselves. So okay, so the minor isn't involved in sex stuff. They are involved in creating something which will later be used with other people who are adults in sex stuff. And he also fired her because he didn't want them to be associated with that. which is kind of scummy because should have paid her first. But still, other than that, what are we talking about here?
Which would lead me to believe that the underage thing wasn't that much of a problem for him, but we'll go over those
Oh, I know exactly what he's talking about. Okay.
logs later. He also has a shop where you can see
Right. So where is the... Okay, so cute animal characters, puzzle boxes. Okay, wait.
his over 100
Safe for work. So it's all
suits for sale in game, as well as a replica of his ferret fursona. Now, there's a lot of things I didn't need to know about his
Yeah, I'm just gonna put this out there. The ferrets, I hope they're not endangered from, the guy who has a fetish for ferrets.
romantic and sexual life, and I'm not here to shame him.
All right, so we don't know anything about zoophilia, though, right? That's the funny thing. Zoophilia is non-existent now in the fandom. I mean, also Pirate Software isn't a Nazi. Like, that's funny. If you look on Kiwi Farms, all the zoo sadists are far right. Like, there are left-wing people who are pedophiles on there, right? But there are no left-wing people who are zoophiles on there. Like, that's actually a thing that Kiwi Farms has done for the furry fandom. Effectively said that every zoophile is far right. I don't know why, but apparently that's a thing. So apparently all the dog fuckers in the furry fandom, like the ones who actually fuck dogs, are far right. I don't know why. That's honestly the wildest fucking thing I found out going on Kiwi Farms docs, by the way. But apparently it's true.
Him over that.
Being right wing, obviously alone doesn't do it, but you have to be like an alt-right kind of guy, right? Like Jason Effects or Jason Effects or Hypnotist Sappho or Kira the Wolf or Diesel Raccoon, right? Like those are like the dog fuckers, right? They're also all pedophiles is another thing. Like they fuck animals and kids. Like the zoophiles never just fuck animals, they always do both. So you have child molester and zoophile and far right Nazi, or we have they can be left wing and a pedophile, but not a zoophile or a Nazi, right? And then most of them are like 90% of furries, it's like they'll have some stupid fetish and some scam shit. Like a good example is Blue Wolf, right? They have a scat fetish. It's like, who cares? And they stole money from an ex-roommate and made them homeless, right? Which is disgusting, right? I don't have to, I don't care about the fucking scat fetish, I'm be honest, right? They can fap to whatever bullshit they want to. But we're talking about making someone homeless, right? That's bad.
And we'll leave it at that. But despite trying to scrub his entire persona off the internet, including taking down his WikiFur page, traces still linger. In an attempt to run away from his tarnished reputation and past, he's abused report and DMCA functions like EDP abuses cupcakes. Now, coming from a guy named Pirate Software,
That's
it's a bit
insane.
ironic. Now, the first incident dates all the way back to 2007 to the Woodbury University region, which was removed by admins of Second Life after Pirate Software completely trashed the realm. So I think trolling, griefing, all that's fun, it's cool. Griefing's a little iffy, trolling's great. But the problem is when you are basically destroying a piece of history, a historical landmark that is being engraved in virtual form, it's like graffitiing Wikipedia articles. Now, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I do think some things are pertinent. So I'm not going to read all of this because I don't think all of it is pertinent. But the gist of it is that basically he took over the Woodbury University with his group.
See, this is another bad thing, right? But the thing is, this is because it's Second Life. This is only really bad because it's Second Life, or because of what it is, and it's not cached like wiki, so you can't really graffiti wikis very well because they're all cached. Encyclopedia Dramatica actually dunked on people for that because they're like, we're a wiki, dumbass, you can't do that. Everything's cached. We all got the original data anyway. What are you trying to do?
And
they would make fun of people for that. Rest in peace, Encyclopedia Dramatica. At least my ability to fucking view the site. I don't know if it's down yet for good or if it's actually just I can't fucking find it anymore. Yeah, Encyclopedia Germanica was like lit as fuck.
To plan raids and grief the entire thing. Now, it was so bad that Linden Labs had to completely delete the realm. Here, the real-life Woodbury University has been barred from having any official representation in Second Life since July of 2007, when the original Woodbury University region was first trashed by Entliber, Brodigan Employee, Maldavius Fig Tree, and then completely destroyed less than a week later by Linden Lab itself. Linden Lab deleted the region, and most of its users due to its use of a headquarters for planning and executing grid raids by now inactive griefing groups known as Patriotic Nigris. So yeah, I'd say pretty shitty. The first thing that you do as a notable member of the community is trash essentially what is historical preservation. And you want to know the reason he did it? He did it because he was kicked off the project. But it doesn't stop there.
Oh yeah, so I mean, to be fair, this was 2007. I don't really care about shit that was like, because that's like, okay, they were a dumb teenager at one point, right? Like, that's dumb teenager shit, right? Like, if I look up his age, I'm gonna guess that he was not above the 2 zeros. Let's actually look. So pirate software age, right? Look it up. All right, so he was born in 1987, right? So 1987. Okay, so he was 20 then. Yeah, he was 20 then. Okay, never mind. He's older than I thought. What the fuck? But anyway, he was 20 at the time, right? Apparently. So 20 at the time of this event.
I'll just go ahead and read that.
Okay, yeah. Again, I know all. I know all.
So he was basically just from shitty teenager phase.
A lot of this. I know probably most of this. I'm a pirate software aficionado and historian at this point. Damn. Okay, so yeah, he DDoS attacked. He tried to get his father, by the way, to pay like a $200K tuition so he can enroll in that school just to harass it and stuff like that. He DDoSed. He tried to attack people. He did all of that. Just because...
So he was a dumb kid who did the shit dumb kids do. I can prove that dumb kids do far worse. I mean, like, literally, like, just look at the news. Like, look at the news on any decade, and you will see far worse than that, right? From kids all the time, right? And it's always teenagers, right? And that's why, like, yeah, like I'm not gonna really fault someone who was 19 to 20, right? Because this is not the time. It was 2007, right? So it could potentially be he was still just a 19, right? Which would make him a teenager.
He got kicked out of a project, and if he can't have it, no one can mentality.
Yeah. Teenager shit, right? I get it. It's stupid. But that has nothing to do with him, with the shit he as an adult, right? At this point, right? Because, like, yeah, he's technically legally an adult, but when it comes down to, like, the age group, right, he's still a teenager, right? 19 is still a teenager. And, you know, people act, oh, we're so mature. Like, you're not really mature at that age. Not at all.
This.
Everyone who knows this, right? Like, look at fucking the Sneeko fan base, right? You notice how they're all, like, little slurring 13-year-old kids, right? Which, I mean, I guess, like, for Sneeko, that's, like, a buffet of boyfriends. But, yeah, kids at that age are fucking shit stirrers, right? So, a good way to say it, right? My cousin, right, would be at has parties where, like, he pretends to do drugs, but when he drinks, he'll drink grape Kool-Aid and pretend it's lean, right? Pretend it's purple lean. And then say beaner, nigger, and all this shit, right? And he was 13 at the time, right? And this was, like, at a party where everyone was just being racist and shit. And it was having fun. It was a good time. But for them, you know, like, that's how kids are at that age. You get a bunch of 13-year-olds, right, together at a party. They will be more racist than Street Fighter players, right? Like that's how it works. That's how teenagers act. I don't know what to say, right? Like, up until, like, you're, like, like mid-20s, you're a fucking douchebag by default. So he was a douchebag in his douchebag years, right? Like now, if he does shit like that again, which he has, right, with the DDoS shit he did with the guy who made a silly game about like internet drama, right? That was scummy, right? I covered that. I didn't defend him there, right? Because that's the thing. I'm not going to defend his actual scummy behavior. I'm not going to defend this either, right? I'm going to say like it was fucking almost 20 years ago. Like these allegations have become illegal adults since they happened, right? Like I don't fucking care about shit that ancient, right? If he didn't murder someone with a potato peeler, like I jokingly said you guys should do, have done to you, I mean, like other than that, like what are we getting at? Like, yeah, like if he was Art the Clown back then, I would be like, okay, yeah, that's fucked up. He needs to fucking get executed right now. But he wasn't Art the Clown. He wasn't shooting up schools or anything. He was being a little shit. Yeah, he was a little shit who acted like it. Okay, like where am I supposed to give a shit, though? That's the thing.
Moldavia's Fig Tree, notorious for having destroyed builds in the Woodbury University sim last summer, is in the news again this week after controversial firing of avatar designer Wingless Emoto. According to reliable sources, Fig Tree held a suspiciously timed staff meeting last Friday morning, a meeting timed for when Wingless Emoto would be asleep and therefore unable to attend. During this meeting, it was determined that the talented avatar creator Emoto was earning too much and should therefore be removed from staff. The terms of service for Fig Tree's company, Dark Sphere Creations, were then conveniently changed and Miss Emoto was removed from her position, all before she awoke to the news. So Mr. I pay for my mods, I give them healthcare. A little bit suspicious there. She was also accused of sitting on...
Yeah, so like there we go, right? Like this is kind of shitty. Now it turned out that they were a minor, but he was also apparently still 19 at the time. So okay, so I have to actually look, right? Because I have to look at the state, right? But pirate software state in 2007, right? So we're going to look at that. So he was in America, right? Okay, yeah. He was in America at the time, I'm guessing, right? So was he in, like, so, you know what? Because I need to know where he was at the time. That's the thing, right? I actually do physically need to know that information if I'm going to say this, right? Because the thing is, did they have Romeo and Juliet laws, right? So I'll just say, where is pirate software? Okay, let's see. Washington states. Okay, so I'm gonna say okay, so he's pretty much mainly lived in Tacoma, Washington. All right, so Washington, Romeo and Juliet law, right? So Washington has this law, so they could have even fucked her, apparently, according to this law. So you guys are getting mad at him being at that thing, which was legal. This is bad. But what he did was actually completely legal, according to the law of the land. So you have no power there.
Don't forget he has a DMCA lawyer on his staff.
On her ass, despite the fact that she was unable to work.
Everyone does. It's called ex-fans. Or fans, right? Like, did you know that 99% of DMCA allegations are done by a fan and not the actual person anyway? On YouTube, right? Like 99% of those removed by Viacom or Nintendo things you see are done by little kids and not Nintendo or Viacom. Like that's a part of a DMCA. A lot of people don't know. Anyone can file it on the copyright owner's behalf. Anyone, like legit anyone. It can literally be like an infant can do it.
Work for a short period of time.
That shit needs to fucking be removed from law. I've said this before and I'll say it again. The Digital Millennium Copyright Act was outdated and draconian when it was made when I was a fucking child. It was disgusting then and it hasn't been changed or evolved at all. It is a disgrace of legislation that needs to be removed immediately.
Time due to technical malfunctions,
Like
remaining
the Digital Millennium Copyright Act is the most foul, disgusting legislation I've ever seen
avatars and
when
creations
it comes to like internet stuff.
continued to sell well throughout this period, generating significant
And
real-life
it's
money
all
for
for companies that no longer even exist, by the way. A large amount of the companies that, because the reason why we signed is a large amount of companies were suing like sites like YouTube and shit, right? And torrent sites, right? And all of those companies that were around back then are gone. So the companies that did it went bankrupt because they were like, "Oh, people are uploading our content for free on YouTube. We're losing money here." And then they lost more money because of it. Because now the free advertising their music got, and all that got from being shown on the internet is no longer a thing. Was no longer a thing, right? And that made people, less wanting to upload those kinds of songs. And so people started making their own shit like in the mid 2000s. Like that's when you got like JT Music and Divide and all that. And then a lot of people just started like listening to more independent artists and shit, right? A lot of those companies just went bankrupt. Like they went DMCA, they went broke. Right?
the company.
Not all of them,
Now
right? There's always like Disney and Viacom and shit are still around, but a lot of the companies are no longer here. So like we are bound by a law created to save companies that killed themselves by creating the law. Right? And all of the companies that have signed it, like even the ones that are still around, are worse off than they were when they signed that law. When we signed that law. So they are more hurt by the law that was designed to protect them because they made things worse for their own products, and consumers just left their asses. Yeah, that's what happens. DMCA is a bullshit law. It should not exist.
Now that Wingless is gone, Malivia's Fig Tree is continuing to sell her avatars and refuses to return her creations and has ceased paying her commission that they had agreed upon. And you could actually
Now, to be 100% fair, because I don't like pirate software, but there is something to be said about that, and that's the fact that if you're an artist and you work for a company and you make something for a company, and then at some point you're no longer working for the company, you don't own that thing. The company owns it because it only exists because of the company that you work for.
Yeah, that's the thing, yeah.
Told you to make it in the first. So the fact that those avatars
That's actually a thing too, right? If you there's people who so I have a license to a person's character model, right? That I bought, right? And he's a guy I've talked about a bunch because he's a fucking piece of shit who stole from my friends and harassed me for getting help from a guy he called a Nazi at one point, because he got caught in a Telegram group being racist about things that were involving the George Floyd riots that were literally burning down his town right next to him. So I told him, like, fuck off, I'm trying to get help. And and he said well, you got to stop using my model. And I'm like, no, I don't. I have a license that says I can use it. I paid for this license. You don't own this model, my guy. I own the right to use it. That license has to be revoked by the creator, who also doesn't like me, but they can't revoke it because I have to break their terms of service in order to do that, right? So his friend harassing me doesn't his friend not liking me isn't enough, right? I have to break the terms of service of that deal. I did not, so now I own his model and can make animations of his character whatever I want. Now, you could argue I have to change the name of the character, but otherwise, I can do whatever I want, bitch. I own that model, and I've done a few things. It was all lame shit. It doesn't really matter, right? But I can do that. and he doesn't like that. But legally, I own that model because I own the license to that model, and I have to break the contract for it to be revoked, and he just doesn't get that's how it works.
Staying or whatever is completely
Like,
normal.
and the funny thing is, right? He did that so he could get his model for free. So he ended up getting his model for free. I ended up paying for the license. So yeah, now I can use it in whatever I want, right? And this is also a guy like who is notorious for stealing from a lot of people as well.
Normal. This is how the world
And
functions.
then like he also like called like my friend transphobic because of things he said back then, right? Which were bad, right? I will admit that. But he has done far more respect of my gender identity than this asshole, right? So like the guy who genders me the way I prefer is transphobic because he said mean things way back, in 2020, right? When like there were riots happening, and I stuck by him purely because he was always nice to me, and I didn't really believe that's like a thing he would do because it was very fucking far. Like it was way too far with what he said, right? But I don't care now because we've talked it out. It turns out that someone who's always nice to you, if you actually go in and like contact them about things, they might still be nice to you, and it might just turn out that things are frustrating them on their side, and they said things that are uncalled for because that event was very stressful, and I understood that, having been a person in a way more stressful situation than any of them. And this is like another thing, like the guy I'm talking about, his name's Fresh Renders, right? On stuff, right? He legitimately told me that because I was friends with this person he said was a Nazi, that I should go back to this group home I was in where I was being molested and continue to be molested because I deserve to be raped for being a Nazi sympathizer. His own words. And he denies that those are his own words, but they're logged, right? So he's like, I don't show the logs. Yeah, I don't have to. Someone has them. Like, you say these on a server, right? They are logged. Like, someone has them logged somewhere. If we want to go down deep into the roots, I can have your IP, I can have your IP, address give me them. You said it, dumbass. Someone has a record of it. So get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. I don't have it because I deleted that account. That's unfortunately a problem with that. But yeah, he literally called me a Nazi sympathizer who deserved to get raped again. I am friends with someone who was nice to me when I was homeless. Yeah, I'm not going to abandon my friend because he said things that I found mean in a private chat during a time of stress. Right? Like, he's nice to me. That's what ultimately, most people, that's what they view friendship as, right? They're nice to me. I like that person. I'm not even saying they're a good person. I'm saying they're nice to me, and I'm going to continue to be friends with people who are nice to me. It's not hard. It's not rocket science. It's pretty basic, right? But that's my thing, right? Pirate Software, technically, the thing is, he did do a lot of wrong things. My problem really with a lot of this is that they're exposing things that are either way back when this that were not illegal, and things that are illegal that are happening now, right? As if they're equal, right? And then they're also complaining about a World of Warcraft drama and Ashes of Creation drama as if they're also equal to this other thing, and also that thing is also legal to this. And I'm like, no. No, they are not. him scamming his fans is a crime that is going on now. Him being better at a video game is a nothing than his friends is a nothing burger. And him like doing shit when he was a dumb teenager that was bad is bad, but it was also shit he did nearly 20 fucking years ago. And when he did it at 19, because he was 19, the grossest thing he did back then would still be legal in his state, according to the text of the law that I just showed. So yeah.
See a bunch of fanboys defending him because he's used to running this kind of cult, okay? This goes all the way back to 2007. He knows how to lie and manipulate and create a fiercely loyal fan base and use it in his favor, whether that's...
Yeah, the fiercely loyal fan base is no joke. And if we read more, I only read this comment, but if we read more here, I'm pretty sure we're gonna get some kind of poor fanboy, because there are a lot of them and they are really insane. On every video that you make about Pirate Software, there's going to be someone, oh, you're just farming the drama, who cares, it's over.
No, I've had that happen too, right? I always laugh it off, like, because I'm not, right? I barely make videos about it, and when I do, it's like to talk about, like, I'm usually primarily focusing on the crime. I'm saying I do not give a fuck about the World of Warcraft shit, or the shit back then that was apparently legal, just very scummy, and he was a teenager back then, so it's not really a pattern of character, really, because of how far back it was. Unless you can argue that he still does scummy things now, and so he hasn't changed that much, right? But going back then really doesn't really do anything, because the thing is, when we're talking about things, like, I don't care if someone's a scumbag, I care if they broke the law or something, right? If they didn't commit a crime, like they're a scumbag, okay, yeah, they're a YouTuber, though. I assume that by default, right? Like, I assume that everyone on YouTube is a piece of shit until they prove otherwise. Like, that's just how I don't get disappointed by drama anymore. I'm just, hey, PewDiePie is a racist. I'm like, okay, yeah, he's a racist. He's funny, though. Right? Like, what did you prove? Like, yeah, the funny guy who makes Indian jokes is also anti-Semitic. Like, I laughed at the Indian jokes. I already laughed at racism. Now you're saying, oh, there's another racism I can laugh at from him. I'm like, okay. like I watch him because he's funny. I don't watch him because I think he's a good person. Right? Yeah, I mean, like, I don't watch PewDiePie because I think, like, he's, like a civil rights activist. I'm not comparing him to fucking Martin Luther King Jr., right? And apparently Martin Luther King Jr. had some shitty things about him. Like, it was not really anything that bad. It was, like, he was, like, a whore, and that was kind of it, right? Everyone's like, oh, and it turns out the only thing that was true ended up getting leaked, and he was a whore. I'm like, I already knew that. Like, it's well documented. Like, everything that, like, was leaked about Martin Luther King Jr. in, like, JFK was already fucking well known. And people are mad at this already well known information. Like, you could have just asked your kid that. We all know he's a fucking slut. Everyone did. We were taught that in school, bitch. Like, you're getting mad on Twitter that Martin Luther King Jr. was a hornball. Everyone knew that. Like, you're mad that common knowledge was true. Everyone knew he was a slut, right? That was the biggest criticism of it, right? Like, people were mad at a fucking ERB video, effectively, right? Like what was it? Like the Mahatma Gandhi versus Martin Luther King Jr. one, where, like, Mahatma Gandhi, like, is like, with protesting women, the same advice goes, always stay away from the hoes. Like, what did you think that meant? Yeah, he was a whore.
To just move on. Or, all of this because he misplayed in a dungeon. They are really hard at work trying to...
Well, no, that's the thing. Most people are covering the dungeon shit, and that's the issue, right? By talking about it, right? But talking about the shit that doesn't matter, you end up bolstering his armor, right? So this is why I'm like, just talk about only the crime he committed recently that was actually a crime in the first place, which is he stole from his fans and falsely DMCA'd a guy, right? These are the two crimes he committed. These are the only ones that are on record. So we have two crimes that he committed that we can prove. Focus on those. Don't focus on things that aren't illegal.
Diminish the situation that.
And it's like, we're going to say he's worse than Yandere Dev. Like, he says that later in the video, right? I'm like, well, first off, no. I've seen Yandere Dev's code, right? Like, that dude cannot fucking, like...
Pirate software is
like, Pirate Software's code's not great, right? But, like, no one's code's that great, right? If you're working game development, your code automatically sucks. It's kind of like the joke among, like, IT. Like, these game devs get paid like shit because they don't know how to code. Like, meanwhile, we know how to actually code. That's why we're, like, making, like, AI, like, bullshit that no one else can make. Because we're the fucking geniuses. These guys are the plebeians. That's why John Carmack left them and became a rocket scientist and an AI engineer. He's like, what the fuck are you guys on? Drugs are you guys on? I'm making money. Get the fuck out of here.
And by the way,
another thing, the games development thing, right? Game development pays like shit now. And people are always like, there's like all these like anti-woke YouTubers are like, you don't deserve a job. Like, they barely had a job in the first fucking place. They were paid minimum wage to work at a game development studio. Like, game development pays like ass in America. It like literally like is like disgustingly low wages here. And people are like, oh, you guys shouldn't get paid at all. Like, you should work at McDonald's. I'm like, I would get paid better at McDonald's, bitch. McDonald's doesn't do minimum wage. They do. Like, that's legitimately, like, some positions at game development studios, you would legitimately be better off working at McDonald's. People get hired for these game studios with their dreams of making like a good game, and then they have them crushed, not just by like the fans, but by the developers, because Ubisoft will be like, oh, you want to work on a new Rayman and have fun and be cool? To the Assassin's Creed slop team with you. Right? And are already like pissed off because of that. And they put on grievances on Twitter because everyone's trying to make their life shit. And then everyone's like, yeah, see, this person's mad that their life sucks. Laugh at them and get them fired. I'm like, okay, you know what? Maybe they should just work at fucking McDonald's. They'd be less hated there. Like, this is the extent of people's like insanity, right? Like, now you got libs of TikTok trying to fire people from Walmart because like they're trans or some shit. Like, dude, like, eventually you guys just have to stop being left wing. Like, eventually go back to right wing and stop doing cancel culture.
Fun fact, Pirate Software has lost like 50% his viewership on Twitch and YouTube and all of that. It is pretty insane how effective this is at destroying his career. And
has it been? Like, 50% is not that much. Like,
why? Just because that idiot
like, what that means is that half of his fan base doesn't care, and that half of his fan base just wasn't really invested in the first place. So what it kind of proves is that he has a stable fan base is about half the size of his actual fan base. And you're not going to really budge the stable fan base. So he shrinks to half. And then in a few months, like, you guys get like bored and move on to something else. And then the other guys come back.
Not think any
faces show up or whatever, right? And then that ratio comes back again. So he gets bigger in the long run. But yeah, like, you're not really doing anything there unless he says yes, right? And that's like the Asmon, like, this is why like Asmongold hangs out with him, because it's the just say no to draw like cancellation. It does work. Like, unless you are guilty of a on paper actual crime by the letter of the law, most people don't care. And most people don't even care if you are, but people will care even less if you aren't.
Ability. Hey, never get social if you're a person like this. That's all I'm gonna say. That's my advice to you. If you're a person like that, don't get social because that's gonna destroy you.
That's to
And
attack
notice how it hasn't destroyed him though. He still has half his fan base, and they're more loyal. And so, like, what are you talking about, man?
people or defend him. But unlucky for him, we have the logs. Now, keep in mind this girl's
We
underage,
have
and this
the
whole
log. We have a log. Okay.
conversation is about her not producing enough sexually explicit avatars. She says, I met a druid named Peniscock. Moldavia says, cool, I
But they were 18 at this point, though, so that's kind of the problem there. So they're already 18. They're making adult jokes, right? But they're already over 18.
ran the company while you sat on your ass. Wingless says, keep up the good work then. I intend to continue sitting on my ass. I'm far too cheap to buy a new tablet right now, so that would be referring to the technical issues she was having. Moldavia says, you're an ass, you really are, you don't give a shit about this anymore, do you? You realize everyone else in the company is telling me just to drop your ass right now, even Greiler. Now, the veracity of these claims is suspect at best, given his track record at lying.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Whenever he just talks about something that someone else potentially has said or done, I instantaneously assume Pirate Software is just lying at this point.
But Wingless says, did I really in the first place? Money is nice and all, but mostly I build because I like doing it. So keep in mind, this is the conversation for why he fired her. She was having problems with a tablet, and she couldn't afford to replace it. You know, with all the money he was making, he probably could have bought it for her, especially considering she was underage at the time, so this was likely her only source of income. While Mr. Pirate Software was raking in most of the money as a 21-year-old making snide comments about how she's not working enough when she's having technical issues.
He would have been 19 at the time, actually.
Which I'd say she's handling very maturely, by the way, for the most part, considering...
Actually, no, he would be 20. He wouldn't be 21, though. That was January. You gotta still remember, birthdays exist, my guy. It's not like the year matters entirely, right? It's like look, so July. So until there's a 6 in that one, where that one was, you know, oh no, it's 7, right? July is the 7th month. Yeah, it's 7. Until there's a 7 and a 17, or an 8, right? If there's an 8 in the 2008, you know, and then like it doesn't matter the day, right? But if there's a 7 and then the number has to be 17 or more, or there's a 8 or higher in there, right? Then you can say he's 21. Until then, he's not 21. He's 20.
Her age. But the other thing to note is this conversation is insane.
So now I do have to look it up, but so what's the okay, so we have to look up this, right? What are the age differences? Because this is another thing, right? So we have to know this, right? So 3 years. Okay, so he was legal, right? So they have a 3 years. So he's 20 and they were 17. It was legal.
Considering the fact that she works...
It was federally legal at the time with their age difference. I mean, not federal, state legal at the time at their age differences. They met in person. So this was apparently an in-person relationship, which would make it not considered an online one anymore, which would mean it would be subject to the state's laws, not the federal law, which would make it completely legal at the time where he was. Like you got to remember, like, laws don't value you and your brain. They value what people in that area value. So if Washington says this is fine, it's fine. So it's fine.
Solely on commission. It wasn't like he was draining away money.
If you want to change that, you have to go to Washington, live there, and advocate against it in your and vote for politicians who advocate against it, as well as laws against it, right? Otherwise, you aren't doing anything.
Paying her a salary.
About stuff while the law stays the same, right? This is what I tell everyone. If you're not willing to get into politics, you're just wasting everyone's time. If you're talking about drama.
You're paying her by the hour or anything.
If you're talking about political drama of an individual, and then wondering why nothing really gets done in the long run. Like, because here's the thing, right? If nothing is a crime, then yeah, they can just delete their online like profile and do it again, right? So you have to prove that they can go to prison, right? Which is why you have to not focus on, because this is another thing, right? You might not realize it, but by focusing on all this drama bullshit, you make the case against Pirate Software in a court of law weaker. Because courts will look at that. Courts will literally look at, are they being harassed on online drama in the DMCA case and say, okay, this guy is being harassed over this. And this is not illegal for him to do. Therefore, you shouldn't be talking about this in your video game because you're giving him harassment. And that will literally like be the end of it. Okay? Like, you guys are making his legal defense have armor for him. Stop it. Stop
like
this
that.
shit.
She was
I
literally
fucking
only
hate
getting
this
paid
shit
for
because everyone does this. And they don't realize that's why they are the reason why nothing gets done in this country when it comes to things like that.
the things she already made and got sold, which Pirate Software takes a cut of. But the even more funny thing is that
he was a scummy asshole. He still is, but like the thing is way back then, like you have to like show a pattern from then to now, right? If the pattern like stops for 10 years and then it comes back, then it's not a pattern. He just is still a scumbag, right? A pattern would mean like every year you would have something, right? To the point where like there is not a time in his life he wasn't like this. You would have like decades of it in a row. Like you would have 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012. Like it would just be constant, right?
these are the logs he leaked. Now let's get
That's
into
what
the
pattern
other.
of behavior means, right? He did these things 20 years ago, and he also did like similar things now, but they're different, but they're kind of similar. So it's a pattern. Like, no, that's not how it works, right? A pattern means it's consistent throughout their history, not it happened before and it popped up again.
Other logs that were leaked that he had no
I did not know he leaked that. Wow. So this is a super curated part of the conversation. And this is the best he could make himself look. Oh wow, the full logs are probably insane.
say in. Keep in mind, up to this point, he did not reveal she was underage. This is a conversation he had in a group chat. I don't know why he didn't expect this to be leaked. A Moldavia's Fig Tree, aka Pirate Software, says, I fired her. She didn't work for 2 months, missed meetings because she was playing WoW and are too lazy to come. I then freaked out when I said I would be paying her on Fridays instead of point of sale due to tax complications, since I have to report all this income for taxes. That reasoning doesn't make any sense, but I'm gonna give him the benefit.
Yeah, this reasoning doesn't make any sense. You have to report income for taxes if you have a business, but it's not like, oh, a sale happened, gotta give the IRS their cut. No, it's not like that at all. You do it once a year. You can summarize it. So again, this is just a blatant lie from him, exploiting someone that requires a little bit of knowledge. Otherwise, you don't know it's a lie.
Of the doubt here against my better judgment. Alex says she got in one little fight and her mom got scared and said, you're moving in with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air.
Oh, yeah.
Moldavius posts those logs, like a small snippet of that conversation, which is completely out of context, as you can see by the logs we read with her reasoning given. Then Moldavius says, things like this is why she's gone. Another user chimes in, dang, business is gangsta at Darksphere. Moldavius says, read what I just put up, Risfin? I don't know the fuck he's talking about.
Rickfin. How do you not know what Rickfin is? Like, isn't that a fucking like famous name from a like horror novel? Like, I'm pretty sure Rickfin is like a character in Dracula. Like, I don't know why
About, right?
it's not their username if it's what they go by, unless it's actually just their name. She's
also underage, so I've reported her. I know this because I met.
Wait, I did not know this part though. Now it's all coming together. Wow.
Oh yeah, but here's the thing: legally, it's fine. 3-year difference.
Okay,
Like, you actually gotta understand the law here, right? Like, there are laws like this for a reason. You got to understand what you're talking about with the law, in order for me to take you seriously. So you've proven that you don't understand law. So why are we talking about law? You have proven you aren't an expert here. I have proven I'm not an expert here, but I'm willing to learn it really quickly. And I can figure it out that nothing was illegal by doing a simple, like, 5-second search.
He reported her while the fucking idiot effectively reported his own crime, technically.
But there wasn't a crime because it wasn't illegal. See?
He actually reported her. And by the way, now I understand. This gives so much context to this commenting right here. She probably does not want anything to do with this guy, considering he can just dox her or do other stuff like that. Okay, this is maybe a hostage situation. Jesus.
No, it's just they didn't actually commit a crime. Like, I could just go back to the law, right? It's in the legal papers.
At her IRL. She lives 2 hours from me, so that's what happened. So let's just put this into perspective. He runs a business.
What? Why would you ever meet? Okay, listen, so here's the thing. Now, I'm not claiming anything, but, I mean, I can't personally think of a lot of reasons to go and meet an underage girl below 18 when I'm 22. You know,
you're 22, right? So it would be illegal anywhere besides, like, an Islamic country where pedophilia is legal, right? And I don't go to these countries for various reasons because also, even if I was a pedophile, transphobia is legal. They can just kill you for being trans or gay, right? So yeah, like, Sneeko is like, I can go there, and fuck underage kids, and like, yeah, but you also fuck guys, so, good luck with that.
I don't exactly find
like,
a lot
all
of
your audience is little kids, Sneeko. If you got caught fucking one of your fans, you'd die in there.
reasons.
At least in here, you'd just be like arrested and then murdered in prison. You wouldn't even get to prison in Saudi Arabia, Sneeko. You'd be hung on the spot.
Except maybe
And
one
you're
or
like, but Saudi Arabia is lit. Well, you're going to be lit up in there.
two. Why you would
Fucking
ever
faggot.
want to go and meet a person like that? I don't know.
That's the funniest shit about people who are like, Islam is full of pedophiles, and they're like faggots. Are like, yeah, it's lit. I'm a Sneeko. I like underage kids. My audience is all guys, so if I'm gonna fuck my fans, and they're all gonna be little kids, little boys, right? So that's kosher because pedophilia is legal here. And like, yeah, but homosexuality's not. So, like you're kind of just like saying you want to fucking get executed, Sneeko.
Very strange. Very strange.
Business called Dark
Like,
Sphere.
at least where pedophilia is illegal, in most countries they don't execute you for it. Maybe we should, but they don't. Well, that's another conversation to have, right? Like, the pedophiles, like, not only do they not get, like, death sentence, they don't even get life sentences. They get, like, 5 years usually at most, right? And it's disgusting, right? But, like, yeah, they'll get, like, it'll ruin their life regardless because of all the bullshit, like, everyone will know, too, because, like, if there's a sex offender in your area, right? I had to, when I was in the group home, one of the guys was a sex offender, right? So there would be police officers whenever, like, someone new would come into the house that would have to, like, explain that this person with this photo had molested a child like 20 years ago or some shit, right? And like, so I, being a victim of that, started whooping his ass. Like, yeah, like he rapes kids and then like he's gonna act like all tough and shit. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, pedophile. Like, yeah, it's like, and they were denying it too. That was the worst. I'm like, dog, the police come to the house to tell me that you are here before you get here. I knew before you entered the house I know you're not going to lie to me because I already have it from the police. They told me before you came in. Because, like, the thing is, he got kicked out at one point and then he came back in, right? I didn't actually, no, he didn't get kicked out. He got arrested for um, probation offenses. Like, he was around little kids and he's a pedophile, right? He had a girlfriend who had little kids at her house, right? And he was babysitting little kids and he's a pedophile. And so he got arrested, right? He got arrested for violating his probation. And then he came back to the group home with an ankle bracelet. I am not fucking kidding, right? And he thought I wasn't going to whoop his ass after saying, like, he's not a pedophile, after I already did it before. And now I literally, so I did, right? I had like a can of compressed air and I like chased him with a lighter being lit in my hand. I said, "This little light of mine," because he was like a fucking like Christo bullshit guy. "I'm gonna make it shine." Like, I was like singing like fucking like evil versions of like biblical hymns at him, because it was like, yeah, motherfucker, you molest kids and you want to act like you're all holier than thou. Like, I go to church too, motherfucker. You know what I learned at church? Don't fuck kids. And also that song. So that song's a banger, by the way. "This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine." Like, like if you do that in a group, it's so fucking fun. Like a lot of church songs, like a lot of the good, like big good church songs are awesome, right? But you gotta get them in a friend group. Like, you can't just sing it by yourself. Like, "This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine." You gotta get like a group of like 10 dudes there, like 10 friends, right? And you'll have like a fucking lit time because like you're just hanging out, having fun. But singing it by yourself isn't really that fun. But like you get a bunch of friends, especially drunk, like, or like in a church even. Like, you don't have to be drunk. You can just be in a church. But you start singing them hymns. They're good. You feel good because like it's like a good song. But it's like one of those things where you kind of have to do it in a group. I don't know why.
Where he's making
But you always have to sing certain songs that you get from church in a group for them to be fun.
sexually charged
Sing them by themselves, they're boring. But if you sing them in like 10 or more people, it's amazing.
avatars, or rather, he is getting
It's like Borderlands and shit. Like, it's like co-op makes it better.
so underage. So I
Oh, shit.
But Borderlands 2 is fun, right? But you have 2 or more people in Borderlands 2, it's like the most lit time in the world.
So there is no actually mention of age, just underage. Okay.
he is getting
They were
other
17 though.
people to make the avatars for him, and then he's selling it on their behalf, taking a cut of it, and then arguing with them when they're not working enough. And in this business, he employed someone he knew was underaged, withheld money from her after she was fired, yet he still continued to sell her avatars, and then apparently at some point he met her in real life. Now, the graffiti thing, he's young, he was, 21 at the time, okay, fuck it,
21 is old enough, okay? 21 is old enough.
He was 20, but yeah.
I would be able to look past
He was
18
19, I think, with that, and then he's 20 with this.
18
Okay.
is old enough to take responsibility, okay? Let's cut this crap.
that if he'd shown any signs of changing his behavior, but it seems like he's doing the exact same things he was back then today. But this
I'd
is
argue
just
he's doing worse, not this exact same things, right? Like the things that they're talking about, right? Like the whole shit with graffiti, that's like trolling, okay? I don't care about that, right? That's the same thing with the game, but the thing about like the game and the like that's fine. Like, no one cares, right? The thing that he did that was bad is scamming people, and that apparently you could argue happened then, but like it happened with the minor, right? But the thing is, because of the law, right? It was Romeo and Juliet. He was basically the relationship was considered legal in the state. So now we kind of have like an issue here, right? Like this thing that he did, like the worst thing he did was legal, but he also broke the law. But he didn't break the law here; he broke the law there, right? And the thing he broke the law with was scamming his fans and the false DMCA, right? But the problem with it now, though, is by bringing this shit up, we make it so he can say in his claim against the game being allowing that clip to be played, right, that they cannot legally distribute this because it contributes to this drama. and this drama is built off of falsehoods. Um, and so because of that, he can actually just win the case. And this is really the bad part about this, right? If none of you guys did this, if he just did the shitty thing in the game, and people didn't harass him over it, except for in the game, like as a joke, and then he did this, he would lose, right? And he could even go to jail. But now he will win because you guys are eating too much. You guys gotta stay with the case. Keep the case, only the case, and nothing but the case.
Just weird. I don't know what else to say about
Right?
that.
Once you leave the case, you lose.
Obviously, you
And
shouldn't
this
have
is
a minor
problem
making sense.
online drama queens have had for so many years. They don't understand how the law works because they're dweeb kids who never grew up and are terminally online. And then they see someone who is also a terminally online since they were a dweeb kid that never grew up. But the thing is, they think that their perception of the law is how it works. And it almost never is. And then you have like them hate legal, like lawyer YouTubers because they disagree with them. But the lawyer YouTubers have like studies of the law on their fucking, like you can look at that. Some of these guys will literally have the law they're talking about that you guys don't like on a plaque in their room. And then you're mad that the law disagrees with you. Like, yeah, if you don't like that legal mindset, or legal eagle, or like Nick Riquetta or anyone who has a law degree disagrees with you on something, right? But then it turns out that the thing you disagree on is something where they are correct, right? They are factually correct on this thing. It doesn't always happen, but it sometimes happens. And they are proven to be factually correct on that thing. And then you're mad that they are correct, right? You're mad that the person who studies law is correct on the law and you are not. So they disagree with you. You're mad that the law disagrees with you. Instead of going to work to change those laws you disagree with, you create drama videos on how the person who knows the law is wrong because you looked up a thing that is on another state or another country and isn't in like legal jurisdiction for this type of thing. Because you did that, they're wrong apparently, but that's not how the law works. Your state is your state. Your country is your country. And if they don't have legal jurisdiction for those particular things outside of the place it is in, the law is the law in that area. And it's also like city, right? Like, so my ex, right, got mad that I called the police on like my, on like her, like crazy cat lady friend, right? Because they had weed in the house, right? Now, the thing is, right, weed in Wisconsin is illegal, and it's also federally legal, right? So all throughout the United States and all throughout the state of Wisconsin, right? That's not how it works, right? In the county we were in, it was legal, right? That's the thing you need to remember. Local laws trump all of them, and then state laws trump federal law, and then federal law is like the law of the land, and then certain treaties, right, trump are like things like the Geneva Convention. If you break that, your ass is grass everywhere, right? That's worldwide, right? But that's the thing, right? You need to have like very specific crimes to be like criminalized in like Japan for something that's legal in Japan, right? Right? Like if you involve Japan, it doesn't matter. You have to break a treaty that allows them to try you from Japanese soil for something you did in US soil, which means you basically have to be a terrorist to get tried, or like do something civil, right? In a civil case to get tried in Japan. So like that's the thing that people don't get. The law has to be written in your like state, or it has to be a civil offense for most of these things. It can only be like a crime if like it's considered extraditable effectively, right, across states. But even then, like because he did it in a state where it's legal, it's not illegal, right? That's how that works, right? It being illegal federally doesn't matter if it's legal statewide. That's how the 10th Amendment of the Constitution works, right? So we had this thing called the 10th Amendment, right? It's called states' rights, right? Right? You might have heard of it, right? But basically, it means that different states. I love it. It basically means that different states have different laws that can change, the positions against federal regulations, right? That's why weed is legal in some states, but it's federally illegal, right? And it's also why weed is illegal in some states, but legal in certain counties, in cities, in towns, right? Because like you go closer and closer to certain places, right? As long as they have the power to change that law, because it's not like against the constitution of their state or their country or a treaty between multiple unions, they're fine, right? That's how it works, right?
Sexually explicit
I need to teach people how top-down law works because a lot of people don't understand that.
avatars for you. You shouldn't be scamming them. But the meeting her in real life really just doesn't sit right with me. And I can't.
Also, wait, this person claims that there is no sexual charge in the avatars, but at the same time, we see a comment about a penis something.
Anything happens.
I mean, they can say that, right? Like, have you never been to be honest, like, this guy has never been a kid, apparently. Like, he's never said dick much, like, as a kid. Like, what the fuck? Like, dude, look, okay, I get that you've never been around kids besides yourself, and you haven't even been, like, had a social life yourself. But here's how it works, right? If you've raised a kid, right? Like, I had my sister is not a good parent, but she has a 4-year-old kid right now. Actually, no, she's 5 now, right? It's been a year. Anyway, she has a 5-year-old daughter, right? And like the thing she's not taking care of her is she's not preparing her for school. But like the thing that she is doing is like she understands like anyway. So her kid, right? She kind of lets her run around sometimes, right? Because the kid was 3 like the kid would literally like take their diaper off and just run around naked a bunch of times, right? Kids do stupid shit like that, right? Right? As a parent, your job is to make sure that the kid is safe when they do stupid shit like that effectively, right? They're going to do stupid shit like that, right? And when someone's a teenager, they're going to make sex jokes. I did when I was a kid, right? Everyone did when I was a kid. I went to middle school. Everyone was saying these exact same fucking things. So no, like that's not how it works, right? If everyone in a middle school is saying this because that's how common it is, you are a fucking retard. It was never ever remembered their own childhood or had a social life to begin with. The biggest benefit of the doubt I can give you is that you've never had a social life and you've never touched grass, right? That is the only way you can be seen as like not a lying scumbag here, right? Everyone, when they reach certain ages, does dumb shit that they want to pretend they never did. Everyone, right? And that includes making sex jokes in adult spaces. As weird as it sounds, that's a thing that kids do. Every 14-year-old kid does that shit. That's why people on Twitter hate them. Like, if you look at anyone who is in like a fandom that's like has adults and 14-year-old kids in it, the 14-year-old kids are like the oppressed group, basically, because everyone fucking hates them. Right? Because they always do shit like that.
But man.
So,
why?
by the way, this
and 14-year-old kids will literally harass people with these things too.
is just a
They will
lot.
literally like go up to someone with the most unhinged sex jokes ever, right? Like a good way to say it, right? I'm a furry who does erotic roleplay, right? I can tell when someone's an adult. You want to know how, right? when someone's underage, they will literally approach me and their first message will be like some disgusting like scat fetish shit and all, like just like a fucking mountain of the most disgusting shit ever. Right? And then like like if it's like an adult, right? They'll approach me and they'll like be like, "Hey, how you doing?" That's how I tell if someone's underage, right? Are they opening up about the most obscene bullshit of all time? Because half the time it's a joke, right? Half the time the entire point of that kind of shit, by the way, is that it's a joke to fucking like troll you, right? Like that's a thing, right? But like it'll always be like the Lord of the Rings of kinks is the 14-year-old kid. And then like when they're like 18, like they have like normal shit. Like, yeah, I'm like 14. I'm into like the most disgusting shit ever. And like once they turn 18, I'm like I'm into vor and feet, and that's kind of it. It's like everyone knows this. Anyone who's ever been like online in like a fun community, like any like fandom, knows this shit. Everyone. Which means like what are you on that you haven't even been involved in any fandoms at all, right? Like this was gaming too, right? Like so if you like you're not even in the gaming fandom, right? You're not in any gaming fandoms. You're not in a Resident Evil community. You're not in like the Dead by Daylight community. You're not in like the like this is the thing. If you get involved in the community, you know that this shit will happen because that every community has that issue, right? Of 14-year-olds being the most unhinged weirdos. Because the thing is, right, the reason why it's always disgusting shit isn't because they think it's kinky. It's because that's the age where they think fart jokes are funny, right? So, like, you're dealing with the person who thinks disgusting shit is funny. And then you're in a, like, you are, like, trying to jack off to some normal kinks, right? And a 14-year-old kid will just message you. The opener will be, like, a Lord of the Rings message of kinks. Because they think that's funny. And if someone does that, by the way, they're a child. Like, run the fuck away. I figured that out immediately because when I was 14, I did that. That's how I know, right? Like, I trolled, like, people who were adults with that shit. Right? That's the thing, right? But I wasn't in, like, furry communities at 14. I wasn't really in furry communities really until 16, right? But when I was at 14, I was in game development forums. I would do that in a game development forum because I was 14 and I thought it was funny. Because I knew, like, people were into weird shit. And I was 14 and thought poop jokes were funny. So I already know the mindset of a 14-year-old because I remember having that mindset as a 31-year-old. I remember how I used to think, right? I didn't repress the memories, mainly because I couldn't, because I was constantly being fucking molested and shit. So I didn't have the ability to repress memories because like I had trauma linked to those events of that age. So I kind of just remember all my ages before I was up until after I was 3. Like I have vivid memories of shit that happened when I was 3 years old. And then I also remember never remembering anything before I was 3. When I was 3, right? When I was 3 years old, I started seeing and thinking and talking to my mom, right? When I was 1 and 2 and 0, I have 0 memories of that, and I never did. But when I was 3, right? My first memory, right? The first thing I can remember, I was walking away from my burning house at 3 years old because my mom was a drug addict who let the house get on fire because she was on fucking heroin or some shit. True story, by the way, right? So I remember walking out with my mom and stepdad and my brother and sister, right? At 3 years old. And that is the first memory I remember. Because I also remember not knowing a fucking thing back then, right? So I don't have any memories of 1 or 2 or 0, but I have vivid memories of 3 and up. Okay? And it's because like I had like already experienced trauma at that point. Like my house burnt down at 3 years old. Yeah, I remember shit. Because my house was on fire.
lie in that case. These avatars were sexual.
Like, I remember when I was 4, I didn't understand the difference between months and days, so I said like, all right, I got them mixed up. So I like okay, so today's February, and like we're in the month of Wednesday. I was that fucking dumb. I remember that.
Second Life, so they were meant sexual. Let's not kid ourselves.
Why the fuck?
Yeah, but like who instigated the fucking penis joke, right? Yeah, that's kind of as the and like because of their age, like it's also legal there, so we kind of have to be like, well, nothing was a criminal there, so yeah.
Why would you do that? Now, this blew up a little bit on 4chan
Because it, like, he was in the right there.
a couple of years later,
That's
so being
the
in a
worst part
response.
about this, right? You guys don't understand the law, so you don't understand that he was actually in the right there, and that they can't do anything because that's how the law works there.
To this,
They
but he
can't work in like a field like that, but they can, right? They can, however, talk to an adult who's 19 years old, right? And perhaps the reason why they could talk to Pirate Software but not other people about certain things, right, is because Pirate Software was within the age where Romeo and Juliet applied and other employees were not. So you could argue that he was also protecting them because these other guys are probably older than Pirate Software, and therefore they would like they might be willing to perv on them too. But because Pirate Software, it's legal, them, it's not, they would like become pedophiles with this, right? And the person would literally be a grooming victim. So you could argue that, like he did the right thing legally, like in every category, right?
didn't really address
Like,
anything.
that's kind of the thing, right? These guys don't care because they don't even understand the laws to begin with.
Substantive.
And they want to pretend that they were never like 14 to 19 or whatever, right? They want to pretend like they don't know how it's like to be a teenager. And these guys are 20, right? So the thing is, either these guys have no social life or they're lying. Like that's the case.
Like the fact
that's the case, right? These guys either have zero social life or they're lying. Right? I'm gonna take a gander, right? Have you ever had a house party where there were like 50 people, right? 50 people. You had 50 friends over at a house party, right? And there was music blasting during it, right? And you were all like having a good old time, saying the most racist, disgusting sex jokes ever while you were 14. I'm going to guess no, because I'm going to guess you were a loser that nobody liked at school, right? And so now you're mad that the popular people in school are better off than you at the workplace, and have had more fun than you. So you think that it should be illegal because you're the fun police, because that's what drama YouTube really is. It's cancel culture. And that's all cancel culture is fun police, right?
And she was making sexual avatars.
But the avatars weren't sexual. Like, you can just look at them.
He did do is completely lie about the fact that he fired her in this excerpt here, which is just blatantly false given the other logs we have. Not to mention the fact that he says he reported her.
Wait, what did he say though?
About the fact that he fired her in this excerpt.
Oh, hey, I'm back from vacation. The house is apparently slightly on fire? What? Apparently, some people believe that I ripped off an underage artist 16 years. Oh, that's why people are saying 16 years ago, because it's 16. Okay. That artist went by Wings of now known as Amalm Face on Twitter. They were 17, I was 19 when all of this went down. No, we didn't do anything sexual together. Oh, damn, I have the whole shit. Oh, I guess it's fine if he says that. Oh, wait.
Yeah, but you don't have any evidence of them doing anything sexual together. Like, you need to actually have more than they said the word penis, cock, right? Like, here's what you need to, like, prove, right? In order to say they did something sexual together, right? You need to have, like there's a few things, right? One can be like an actual like you can actually have them have like talks about like sexual RP, right? So you can have them like describe acts of sex in text, right? That's sexting, right? Another that you can have, right, is you can have pics of any kind of nudity. That's another, right? A third is they can have, like, because they met each other in real life, they could have physically fucked, right? Of course, in their state, that would have been legal. But because you have none of that, everything was legal here. The FBI would look at this and smile and laugh.
I guess it's all fine, boys. I mean,
The police would be like, dog, they would arrest you for wasting their time.
Said nothing
And
happened, though.
obstructing justice by being like a fucking loser. This is the issue here, right? You do not even know what the fuck you're talking about, and you are pretending you do, and you are proving you don't.
Damn, that's some Dr. Disrespect defense right there.
I mean, like, yeah, it was in it. And where's Dr. Disrespect? Is he in jail? Is Dr. Disrespect in prison? Is he locked up? Is he no longer able to stream? No, he's just doing everything just fine. Oh, so like nothing happened. Yeah, okay. So then he didn't do anything illegal. Yeah, no, he didn't. All right. So what are we talking about here? Like, I don't
How
like
about you
Dr.
release
Disrespect, right? But he's not. He didn't do anything illegal, and that's the thing you got to remember.
Logs, Doc, so we can judge for ourselves. Oh, you won't? I wonder fucking why.
Well, why does he have to, right? He doesn't. Actually, legally, you have to prove. You can subpoena them, right, from the site using a judge, right? But otherwise, he is under no legal obligation to do so. Like, in fact, Constitution-wise, right? This is Fifth Amendment, right? So he has the right to not provide evidence to you unless the court requests it. So unless a court requests it, unless you have a judge that said it, in fact, requesting it can be considered a crime. Did you know that? You actually just reported yourself as a criminal here. You broke the law by saying that. Constitutionally. Do you know how fucking dumb you are? You have to go to a court to request a subpoena if they don't want to give you evidence of wrongdoing, basically, right? You can get it, but you have to go to a court, right? And if the court determines that there's nothing there, then there's nothing there. And then, like, now, if the court does that, it's permanently on record, and then you can no longer use this at all, right? So do you want a subpoena, or do you want to, like, let him, like, give you drama money? Because this is the thing. You guys make money off this drama. He's letting you. He doesn't have to let you. Like, he doesn't have to let you.
We made avatars in Second Life, and our work was really popular. This is misconstruing the situation. We made avatars. No. You didn't make shit, my dude. They did all the models, and I did all the programming. Okay. Maybe there is truth to that, but it doesn't seem like it. And LSL, we had falling out over pay split.
Yeah, that's actually how a lot of models are made. If you've ever done VR chat, I never made anything in Second Life, but I have made stuff in VR chat, right? So there's scripts that you have to do on one side. There's rigging, and then there's modeling. Like, so there's like a lot of parts, right? And some people do that all themselves. Other people split it up on a team, right? So you got one person doing rigging, one person doing texturing, one person doing sculpting and maybe retopology, one person doing like custom shape keys and animations, and one person doing like the Unity port for the model where they set up all the scripts and stuff, right? And that like people do that and they make money from it, right? So it's fine, right? Like, the issue here is like the scumminess, really, right? But the scumminess is legal, it's just scummy, right? But we can use this like as a pattern. But because you're trying to accuse him of grooming, which according to his state is not grooming, you're in a pickle, right? Because if you do the grooming allegations, you give him a counterclaim that he can use to counter their arguments in court for like the person who is suing him for false Digital Millennium Copyright Act strikes, right? On his content. which is weird because shouldn't it be cease and desist? Like, Digital Millennium Copyright is not like what he sent. He sent a cease and desist. Digital Millennium Copyright Act is a type of cease and desist that you can do as an owner of copyright, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Because why would Steam take it down if it was a DMCA, right? Because the DMCA, right, you have to prove that you own the content on Steam. YouTube, you don't, right? YouTube, like, that's the issue, right? A kid can do it for you. You can't do that on Steam. So I think it would be a cease and desist, which would use DMCA, but they'd have to, like, file it as a cease and desist, as in you can't work on this anymore.
English
right?
Open source.
Is. Like, DMCA means you have to take this down as it is, right? But you can edit it and stuff, right? Cease and desist means you are no longer allowed to work on this. So I'm pretty sure by the circumstances that we've seen that he is no longer allowed to work on it. It's a cease and desist, not a DMCA. Which is worse, actually, for pirate software, right? But it also means that if it involves this drama, he can potentially do that, right? Because you guys keep making shit up. So stop. Just here's the thing, right? What you do, right, is you shut up, right? And what happens is you close your mouth, and then, like, now he no longer can use that defamation that you're doing on him as a defense of, like, using the harassment defense that he can use in the court of law for this claim, right? That he doesn't want someone who harassed him in using the harassment you guys are sending him as a game developer in a project, and any project he works on that he harasses him can also be considered harassment of other people, right? And so he can also argue that he's also defending Asmongold and XQC and others in this claim, right? And now he can actually say, yeah, the whole game needs to be taken down because he's using the fact that the developer put content in that was used to harass him to say it was also used to harass everyone else in that game. So the game on itself should be illegal. You can say otherwise, but that's really what he's likely doing, right? His lawyer is probably just, like, not actually his lawyer, right? It's most likely what it is, right? But because you guys are feeding into that, you can actually end up ruining your own case here.
They were never fired. They quit on their, this is a lie, and did this on their own way. Tabloids at the time did what tabloids do. They made extreme.
To be fair, tabloids do always do that, right? Like what I call, like, everyone calls, like, Gamergate and shit, right? I call it the Kotakuification of games journalism, right? I use the fact that Kotaku was so shit that Total Biscuit, like, was the original Kotaku hater, right? Like, this is where is it? Yeah, this one, right? I think it's this one. Yeah, this one, right?
Great content he put out on it. Now,
he talks about Kotaku, right? And it's like, you can see, like, Vietnam flashbacks. You can hear them in his voice, right? So, like,
hey TB, first wanted to say I love your channel, all the great content you put out on it. Now, on to my question. I was browsing Reddit like I do from time to time, and I came across an article on Kotaku. Oh, that's not a good thing. And it was talking about
immediately, it's like Vietnam flashbacks on that shit, right? They were already that notoriously bad, right? In 2011, right? Gamergate was 2014. So think of it that way. 3 years before Gamergate, Total Biscuit was getting Vietnam flashbacks from them. Right? So you gotta remember, like, that means that they were pretty bad back then.
Even the other statements, those tablets still exist and people are thinking them. I mean, how about you just prove them wrong? How about that? How about just not calling them stupid and proving them wrong some magically, how?
Excerpt here, which is just blatantly false given the other logs we have. Not to mention the fact that he says he reported her afterwards, despite knowing she was underage before, and only seemingly reported her out of the fact that he was mad that she didn't work enough, which is just bottom of the barrel scumbag behavior. Either it's okay for her to be there, or it's not okay for her to be there because she's underage, in which case, why are you using her as a worker knowing she's underage and only reporting her after the fact? And then he tries to pretend that she was 17 instead of 16, and that he was 19 instead of 21, even though we know that's not true. And then he said, we made up.
20. Unless, like, that conversation, like, the log was, like, posted. Like, I don't know how that would work, right? But he was at most 20, and she was 17 regardless, so...
Which doesn't mean anything. I would never look to a victim
like,
to see...
I don't know where the 16 comes from, but, like... He was he was 20, right?
If
I looked it up, he was 20, not 21.
Person did to them is okay. There are plenty of women
that would make it legal by the state's Romeo and Juliet laws.
Who, even on the extreme ends, have been sexually assaulted, who would say, oh no, it's okay, it's fine, we made up. That doesn't make what he did okay. And also, just want to point out, where's the money, Thor? Okay, you're making big streaming bucks now. Where's...
Yeah, that's the actual issue here, right? It's the same thing with, like, Pyrocynical, right? Pyrocynical has a girlfriend who owes people money, right? Pyrocynical has money to pay those people back, right? So why, like, if she's getting harassed because she owes them money, and he's got way more than enough money to pay him back, just pay him back, motherfucker. Like, you just be like, okay, it's like $200. Okay, like, all right, I got that, babe.
The money.
If you're dating her, why not just give him the money? If you love her that much to stay with her, right, with all that, give them the money then. You know, like, if you can afford it, right? Now, to be fair, right, I can understand, like, maybe he wants, like, her to, like, he still wants to, like, fix her kind of thing, right? So he's dating her, but also part of it's, like, not just he loves her, he also wants to fix her. So he wants her to earn that back to pay them back, right? Which is a possible thing, right? That's possible, right? I'm talking about Pyrocynical situation, by the way, here. But yeah.
I want hashtag where's the money trending on Twitter, okay? Where's the money, Thor? Speaking of his pattern of scamming people...
Like, the thing that they're doing with Thor, though, is similar to the stuff that they did with Taiga, right? Like, Taiga, where Taiga lives, it's legal. The worst things that they claimed he did is legal in his state, right? In his country, right? Like, so... You can claim it all you want, but it's legal where he is. So what are you talking about?
Well, let's get into...
Oh, it's Hardbound, the 7-year-old open development game. Not open development, but early access game. That's about his miserable life, Jesus. Damn. That's a transition.
So if you don't know Pirate Software, Mr. Moldavia's Fig Tree is developing a game called Heartbound, and developing is putting it quite generously. The game was put up on Steam Greenlight somewhere around November 2016, and it had a release date set for 2017. And if you don't know, Steam Greenlight was basically a system that was implemented for a sort of quality control, community quality control for Valve on the Steam Marketplace. So basically, a certain amount of community members had to greenlight the project for it to go up on Steam. It reached that goal in December of 2016, and then on February 2017, Pirate Software decided to do a Kickstarter fundraiser for Heartbound with a release date set for December of 2017. Speaking of more deceptive practices from Pirate Software, they put the funding goal at $5,000 because he knew the money would be raised in 24 hours and a bunch of news sites would pick it up. So the fundraiser ended on March 26th of 2017, and if you pledged $10 or more, you got a digital download of the game, which again was set for December 2017. On November 1st, 2017, it got pushed back. On February 6th of 2018, the wording was changed from "we are hoping to fully finish and release Heartbound by early to mid 2018" to "we are hoping to fully finish and release Heartbound in 2018. Then on October 25th, the wording again changed to "Heartbound is launching into early access on Steam in 2018.
And again, currently it's whatever year you're watching this, and probably Heartbound is still not finished because...
Yeah, it's basically the Ember bullshit again, right? And this is the thing, like, this is scummy. The thing where he did, like, with it, like, Like main face was scummy, although not illegal but scummy. This one would be illegal, right? Because it wouldn't breach contract and stuff, right? But
By 2025, it's not.
And it did eventually release, quote unquote, into early access. And that was on December 25th, 2018. So a full year after they were promised the release of the game, they got a partial release of the game into early access. And then in 2019, they just completely removed the question of when the game will be released from the FAQ. So not very transparent, kind of like, I don't want to say scamming, but people were promised a full game in December of 2017, and it's now in 2019, and they just removed that from the FAQ of when it was going to release. But again, hashtag where's the money? Because he raised, at least from this screenshot that I found, and it might have even gone up to more, he raised almost $20,000 for this shitty game. This RPG Maker-ass game. Where'd the money go?
I think it's just all for the voice changer. I think that 20 buckaroonies went into a voice changer, honestly.
Go, bro. You're supposed to be this expert hacker, expert social engineer. Blizzard, 7 years of Blizzard, coder.
Oh yeah, most likely it was just a voice change. Like, I mean, that shit's free now, to be fair.
7 years of Blizzard.
Dude, that 7 years at Blizzard is never going away, okay?
I mean, honestly, I'd say, like, if you're gonna make up pedo allegations, right, just that should be enough. Like, if we're going to go that far to say pedo allegations with no evidence, why don't we just say he worked at Blizzard for 7 years? Like, shouldn't that be enough at this point? Like, how many times have they been exposed as pedophiles every fucking decade? Right? The California state had to fucking arrest half the fucking company. And we're like, oh, these guys are fine now. And then they did it again. Like, they keep arresting Blizzard for fucking kids and female employees and shit every fucking other decade. Like, it's like, oh, eventually you just gotta, like, get down to the weeds. Like, Blizzard is just all sex pests. That's what it is, right? Like, eventually you get down to the weeds, and, like, the company is a pedophile and sex offender registry, right? I did that with, like, Mr. Beast too. Like, I said, like, like, I made the joke, right? Registered Mr. Beast employee, right? Because of all the pedophiles that we had Sneak, Chris Tyson. Like, after a while, you just got to be like, okay, registered Mr. Beast employee is a new word for pedophile. You know, like, eventually that's what you got to get down to. And, like, the thing is, Ava Chris Tyson is a pedophile, right? They met a 13-year-old with a camper van in the middle of nowhere, right? Everyone's talking about, like, the lolly or the whatever, right? The Discord messages. But no one really seems to focus on this little bit. They were in a camper van, and their victim was 13, and they were, like, 20-something, right? Because that's the thing. Romeo and Juliet isn't like you're 20, it's okay. It's you have a very low age difference, right? Where you could be considered you went to school with them age, right? And otherwise, it's illegal, right? So it doesn't matter that you were this age. It matters that they're this many years below you, right? So effectively, the cutoff is 20, right? But if you're 18, you can go as low as 15, right? So it's 15 to 20, but like the age bracket is 3 years, right? So for like Pirate Software State, so like they were 17. The reason why he says they're 17 is because he was 20, right? And so that's the cutoff age, right? If they were in fact 16, it actually would be illegal, right? But because they were 17 and he was 20, it's legal, right? That's how Romeo and Juliet works, right? But like, like if they're 13, it doesn't matter that Ava was only 20. That's a 7-year age gap. That's not protected by any state in the country's Romeo and Juliet laws, right? And now we could argue, hey, maybe they just did jokes or whatever. Sure, right? But I'm gonna be honest here, right? I see a camper van, I see and like an adult involved with a child, I am calling the cops, right? Like if there are no windows on that thing and there's an adult and a child involved, yeah.
Oh, you
I
do.
don't need to think more than that, right? I'm just like, okay, these are what's involved.
Well, I made Shadowlands. Jesus Christ.
Coding experience. Where's the game? Where's the money? Then on September 21st of
But
2020,
yeah, I feel like every fucking ex WoW dev is is like a fucking scam artist, and every current WoW dev is a pedophile. So he's a scam artist. Mark Curtin is a scam artist, right? And then like you look at like the current group, it's like they're pedophiles. So it's like Blizzard has never had like a good company, has it? Right? Like we're like, oh, we love these games, and then it's like, yeah, but the people who made them suck.
21, Thor said he lost 9 months of development time due to COVID. I don't know what bro does it from.
I don't know. Yeah, this is like, oh,
Yeah, like I had COVID before. I lost a week.
this thing that made.
Right? Like I had issues that have like been like for mental and physical health, right? But it wasn't COVID. It was because I had like my fucking face is false because someone fucking as in it's like not my actual face. I could get repaired, right, surgically, right? Because someone beat the fucking shit out of me. I had like fucking like my fucking cheekbones are no longer. I have plates where my face was, right? Underneath the skin, right? And they had to like replace some of the skin too. Now you won't be able to tell. My doctor is amazing with that, right? I guess you could say he was surgical with the surgery, right? Because my face, like you can barely see there was even any scarring at it anymore, right? But like I have parts of my face that are not my actual skin. It was like someone else's or some shit, but you can't tell. Like yeah, right. But I also have like there are places in my face that there are not bones. There are plates that replace them because someone punched me that hard in the cheeks and
Me beat.
like my right eye, right, had to have a socket made with surgery, basically, right? So my cheekbone, my zygomatic, right, and then like my upper brow and like inner orbital were all fucking like destroyed by a fist. Someone punched my skull into even more pieces than it is, right? So like think about it that way, right? So I had to have like those like surgically like replaced effectively, right? I also had like rib injuries and shit, right? And also like with all the rape, there was like some bed bug shit. People like are like ugh, like no, I have like whenever I come up with an excuse for why like something's it's actual shit. COVID ain't that bad, right? Like you can get long COVID, but then if you get long COVID, right? It's very rare, but if you get that, right, you have like heart problems, and you will like it's not months, it's years, right? It's like you're like have like tuberculosis symptoms, right? Like you need an iron lung kind of shit. Like yeah, if you're bedridden from it, that's one thing, but you're not gonna recover in 9 months either if that happens, right? That shit is super rare, but it does happen. But when that shit happens, like, you know.
Be at home, which I'm typically am, made me lose so much work time. The fuck?
Behind his computer screen. I don't know if he had to stay 6 feet of distance away from his computer because he got COVID AIDS on it. I don't know what that is supposed to mean. And then on September 29th, 2021, he said he contracted COVID in early 2020 and lost nearly a year of development time in recovery. I don't know if bro has...
Like how? Again, I look at this shit and it's so insane.
But people have been doing that for like Warframe did that a bit too. But then again, with at least with Warframe, it was like they did that because like they actually like had people working from home, and like it was kind of hard to control their employees. And then as soon as like the COVID shit died down and they were able to work in the office again, like it's like the game got good again. Like so like with Warframe, I can actually understand like maybe it was just they needed to coordinate the team better. And as soon as COVID ended, right, like first off, they saw what the like audience reception for the game was, so they replaced Steve with Rebecca. Like he still works on the game engine, but not like the game itself. They replaced his game development position with Rebecca for like the game manager, right? Like she manages like the creative direction of the project, so like all the story and all that, right? And then Pablo became the gameplay director, right? Because everyone loved Pablo's reworks and shit, and the game has been lit ever since, right? But the reason why is because they kept getting like better after that. Like they were like looking at this and we were like, okay, look, we got to restructure some shit, and they did, and it's been great. But that's kind of a thing, right? Sometimes you got to like sometimes that's what companies are doing, right? Like you think that they're just sitting on their asses twiddling their thumbs all day, but they're actually thinking, like looking at the community feedback and saying, okay, how can we restructure it so this doesn't happen again? And so Warframe did that. It was awesome. But most companies did not do that, right? That's why I love like the Digital Extremes developers.
There are some obvious reasons why he got popular, but no one called him out. The banning of the people and whatnot. Like Asmongold is sucking his dick harder than a vacuum cleaner that's industrial.
I mean, Asmongold does that with certain people all the time, right? Everyone's like, oh, it's woke or anti. Like, no, Asmongold just does it with people he likes. Right? Like Asmongold will come guzzle a couple people here and there on any side because he likes them as a person, right? It's not politics, it's he likes you as a person, right? Now his channels are a little more extremist with some of their content now, but that's like he's milking drama. Like you can tell Asmongold is doing it partially for money because of like how crazy he started getting at. Like, when you start just being like fairly center left in everything you say, like objectively this is who you are, and then suddenly you're just a Nazi repeating like Holocaust denialism, you're joking and you're doing it for money. Right? Like there's never a hint that you're a Nazi, right? You're always like, you got some conservative takes, some liberal takes, but never like anti-Semitism, right? Especially since like didn't he get fired for like didn't he get like banned from Twitch for being pro-Semitism, and now he's Holocaust denial, right? Like if he's so defensive of Semitic people that he's willing to get banned on Twitch for it and lose sponsors and shit, and then he comes back with Holocaust denial, right? Which is even worse. He's joking and he's getting paid by someone, and everyone figured that out. Right? Yeah, he doesn't fucking care. He's getting money. He wants some money. He wants some cheddar. I don't blame him, right? But I figured that out, right? But when it comes to like him cum guzzling Pirate Software's dick, it's because he likes him as a person. So maybe you should be like, why do certain people like on different spheres of politics love each other and they'll like suck each other's dicks off, but then they'll act like they care about politics? It's because they don't. It's because their entire persona, right? Like it's like the Stuttering Craig and shit. They're fake as fuck. Yeah. So like most people are fake as fuck. You're fake as fuck, but like you're fake as fucking bland and interesting, right? Like, Craig would be like, let's make a video game top 10 list of the biggest pussy-ass bitches in gaming. And the number 2 result would just be a guy who we don't know the name of that canonically lost to Glass Joe in the original Punch-Out. Right? Like, you start with Otakon pissing himself, and then you end with Slippy Toad, being Slippy Toad. But the result right before that is the guy who lost to Glass Joe. That was back, like he was a little edgier back then. He's a lot less edgy now, unfortunately. But like that, it was like these were like some great shit. Like, he's still edgy, but like comparatively,
Okay. It's really hard. It's really still hard to understand how no
To be
one.
fair, a lot of it also is like a lot of these guys become dads, right? Have you noticed like everyone's like, why do these people like become like less edgy? And then like you see a kid running around. I'm like, maybe, like maybe PewDiePie dropped like some of the Nazi jokes because he was got a child. Maybe Stuttering Craig became like less pro sex jokes because he got his little kid running around. Like yeah, yeah, maybe being a father changes you a bit, you know?
Calls him out on this shit. Like, got COVID, work from home, can't. Well, did you? What were you? Were you sick for a year? What? Like none of the things that.
Yeah, yeah. If you got long COVID, because there is this thing that you can get, right? But very few people get it. First off, and you have to be like really immunocompromised to get long COVID. First off, right? It usually involves because here's the thing. Like remember, like everyone was calling the clot shot, right? That's because the COVID could give you clots, right? So all of the things with long COVID can be gotten from the vaccine. It's more rare, right? But also, like, considering how rare it is with the virus, like, that's what you're taking the vaccine to prevent, right? You're not preventing normal COVID, right? So, like, SARS is bad, sure. And people die from it, sure. Like, they died from it the first outbreak in China, right? Like 10 people died, right, of SARS first time, right? And the thing is, right, SARS is basically like an extremely bad flu, right? Effectively, like it's called severe acute respiratory syndrome, right? And influenza is like mild acute respiratory syndrome is basically what the flu actually is, right? So when it comes severe enough that you can die, like with the influenza virus, the like it's basically the symptoms you would have at SARS, right? Now SARS, though, the thing is, it can also be a mild to the point where it feels like you just have the flu. And a lot of it depends on your immune system. The problem with coronavirus SARS 2, however, is it also had a little bit of an extra thing, a little extra feature where it could give you blood clots and destroy your heart. And each time you get it, right, you get a problems with your heart that get progressively worse, right? With the flu and SARS 1, you didn't get that, right? So each time you get COVID, it gets worse, right? I've had that experience. Like the first time I got COVID, it was like a mild like headache, and that was it. Second time I got COVID, it was like I had to like sleep the next day. Third time I got COVID, I was like, fuck. I had to take some fucking Tylenol, right? As I was burning up. I haven't gotten it since, but like that's like how it is. Like COVID gets worse the more you get it, right? It's because it attacks like your heart and your immune system, right? So it attacks your heart and lungs while it's attacking your immune system. So your immune system gets weaker, and so do you, right? So if you're not like constantly exercising, right? Your heart, which I wasn't when I was getting COVID, because now it's like it's not even a thing anymore, basically. But I wasn't when I was getting COVID back in the day because had fucking injuries to my fucking ribs and shit, right? So I wasn't like running as much as I should. And so like that's kind of the thing, right? Now if I was, right, I would have been fine. But I wasn't, so I wasn't, right? But that's kind of the thing, right? Now this guy's going to talk about natural immunity. That's not really a thing. Like, here's what it actually is, right? You just recover faster because your immune system's better. You're not naturally immune. It's just your natural immune system, right, is better at fighting it. So you don't feel the symptoms as you're fighting it, right? Because it doesn't get to that level. You're not immune to it. You still got it. You can still infect other people with it too. But you have it and you're not dying from it, right? That's what people call natural immunity, but really it just means like that they're healthy enough that their immune system is targeting it while they have it. They can still give it to other people, so it's not natural immunity. Natural immunity would imply that he could not it would just die on contact, right? Like that's what I would assume, right? But no, you can still give it to other people, right? Now, to be fair, I think like this guy clearly probably stays to himself. So with him, natural immunity is fine because like what? Like if his mom doesn't give him tendies in the morning, like that's about all we got to deal with, right? But that's what natural immunity really
software
comes down
says
to.
makes sense.
You're not immune to it. You're resistant to it at a high enough rate. You might as well be immune to it, but you still get it, right? And you can still give it to other people. But that being said, right, if you're working at Pirate Software's job, like, you're not going to get that sick, right? Because he's not that unhealthy, right? That it would be that problematic. So he's not getting that sick for 9 months, right? And that should just be honest. Like, that should just be enough right there. But also, like, because he's not really needing to travel to work. Yeah, again, right? So,
But for some reason, no one just calls him out hard enough, or it doesn't stick, or whatever happens. I'm so confused.
No. This is the thing. Like, it's the same shit with, like, Mark Hearn, right? He took to be fair, at least, like, the thing is, like, Mal is, like Thor is, like, slightly better than Grums, effectively, in this, right? Grums took 3 years off, right? And he took more money. So, like, he's worse than Pirate Software in, like, basically all fronts. But, they're still both bad, right? They're still both crooks here.
It's a
Like,
fucking
one's worse, but they're still crooks.
autoimmune deficiency.
Like, Grums is guilty of all the DMCA cease and desist shit, too. He's guilty of covering up all his online history and shit. He constantly deletes his website and shit, thinking no one archived it. And for a while, no one was, right? So, like, Kiwi Farms has even, like, said, like, like, this guy's gonna be hard to archive because, like, every fucking other year he deletes everything. Because, like, you can't really find shit on him, like, from 5 years ago, right? Like, that's a thing to note too. Like, he'll go back and delete his tweets a lot. So, like, you might be like, oh, he's taking an hour break. That means he's not tweeting. No, he's probably deleting tweets from years ago that he thinks are, like, too creepy for now.
Syndrome, but he lost
that's
a
like a thing Grums does.
year of development because he
is that terminally on Twitter. He basically never leaves the place.
contracted COVID. Man, at that time, that really was the classic excuse when you literally had an excuse for nothing. Like, it was COVID. COVID done did it. Then all the way.
Like, you know what? I wouldn't even be surprised if Mark Kern, like the actual Mark Kern, is dead and the account is just a GPT script running. Like, we haven't seen his face in 3 years, right? No one has seen Grums alive. He might literally be dead. And all this talk about scam artist with his, like, account is just Elon Musk milking his corpse. That is how, like, weird the whole Mark Kern thing is too, right? He hasn't made any progress. All that's, like, happening is, like, things on his site's getting deleted. What if it's getting deleted because he's dead and, like, they have to, like, change the host? Because that's the thing. That could literally be a thing, right? None of us would be able to know because all the things that he is doing are possible to replicate with AI and have been since, like, he started, like his whole, like, rift with side scrollers. It's possible that all his tweets are GPT script, right? And like a bot, right? Searching for it, right? And then, like, his, like, blue check mark thing is just to generate money for Twitter, right? And then after that, right, he, like, because of, like, the fact that he doesn't show his face, he probably is just, like, a fucking, like, AI generated, voice of what he used to sound like, and that's it. He could literally just be dead, and no one would fucking know. That is the wildest shit about the Grum situation. He literally could just 3 years ago, he just went kaput. And no one would know. No one would know. Because all evidence in those past 3 years, he has not shown his face. And his tweets have been, like, very much like bland corporate AI speak anyway.
October of 2020.
And all of that for the past 3 years could be done by GPTs and, like, voice modulated and shit, you know?
This is October of 21st.
So, yeah, are people talking with Grums or are they talking with an AI? And Grums is already dead.
2023. Remember, back in 2016, they backed this game for a December.
Because he hasn't done anything that requires a human to do anymore.
2017 full release.
That's the weird shit about Mark Kern. He might literally be dead.
date.
We
And
don't
then
have like a anything to say he was, obviously, and he probably isn't. But like that's kind of the thing. That's like the eerie thing about like some of these people. They could literally be dead right now, right? Like Biden, right? Is he alive? I don't fucking know. I haven't seen him in like months.
then we're all
Weeks, right?
the way up
I
in
haven't seen him
October
a couple
21st,
weeks.
2023. And then he says he's planning to release Chapter 3 of Heartbound on December 24th, 2023. Unbelievable. Then December came, and he said it was still being actively developed. So, I mean, it's very clear that he intended to milk this for as long as possible. He had no intentions of getting the game out on this release date. And people have compared his coding, okay, Mr. Insane Hacker Blizzard 7 years coder, to Yandere Dev's coding. And Yandere Dev's coding actually looks better, which is
I doubt that. Okay, I need to look. I need to see because I know Yandere Dev's like level of disgusting code. Okay, so pirate software code, right? Let's see, like images. Like, let's look at this. All right, so I'm looking at it. No, this is definitely not worse. Right, this is so this looks like it's it's XML shit. Okay. All right. So let's like XML. I mean, you could say it's simpler, right? But does it work? And if it's XML, like it would be weird to try to program a game in a markup language. But it's possible, and so if he's doing it, like, yeah, okay, like, so here's some more shit. Okay. Oh no, that's something else. Okay, so let's see. So here we go. Let's see the code here. Let's blow it up. Okay, yeah, here we go. Oh, never mind. Can we do that? Can we get a full fucking screenshot of like the C++ code, please? I kind of need this.
I know why.
Okay, so if like it's not great, right? Like there are definitely ways like you could like modulate this even more. Just um it's like so like he's it's like the thing is, right, that I'm seeing is he's doing a lot of hard coding of like falses and ones and shit. You shouldn't be doing that a lot, but like that's more like advanced shit.
Do you guys want to see?
Basically just have functions that'll like return certain values and yeah. Eventually, like you just get to the point where you aren't putting too much hard info in, right? Like you eventually get to that point, right? Like he's putting the save locations in manually and shit, right? Like the literal like grid locations and shit. Yeah, I get that, right? Like this is bad, right? It's not really like modular in programming. You shouldn't be doing a language like C++ or whatever hand coded, right? But the thing is, right, like Undertale was also kind of that way. And Undertale works so clearly and was finished so clearly, like that's not really the issue. Well, like as long as it works and it runs fine, I don't care. I'll be honest. So he uses a simpler language for certain things, and he does too many things that are that are like hard coded, right? So he doesn't like make things modular enough, right? But let's show you like what I mean, like Yandere Devs, right? Yandere Dev if else, right? This is a fucking massive meme. Okay, like this is like how does he define if number is even, or some shit? This is a different one, but like look at this, right? Okay. Like, this is awful. Right? Oh, yeah, here's the infamous meme. The infamous meme. Right? This is the Yandere Dev meme, okay? If number is equal to 1, return false. If number is equal to... He's asking if it's even, right? Now, I, as a person who studied programming for 5 minutes, knows this is like the actual answer, right? So the actual answer, right? Let me go into Notepad here. Let me open up like a random note, right? And then like, you know, we're gonna open up a new window, right? New window, and this is gonna be the Notepad, right? The Notepad, right? So this is like how you would like return like an even number in programming, right? So you get return you get return so like okay, so here we go. So is even, right? We'll just do this, right? Well, now have like an int value, right? So an integer value, right? And return I'll do unsigned because technically technically a negative number isn't gonna be even either, right? Anyway, right? Right, return. Like, actually, you could just do int, right? And then like what you do is return. Like you would have to do a ternary operator for that though. So I'm just gonna do unsigned to make it easier, right? But anyway, you return, right? Value modulo 2 doesn't equal 0. Equal 0, right? So if you modulo 2, right, that means you have a 0 remainder from 2. This is even, right? Now another way you could do that, right, is you do int, right, and then you do right. Let's just add this, right? Say it's C++, right? Then you would return I have to like remember the ternary operator. That's the thing. Like I always have to remember the syntax of it. It's also different in each language. So I'm going on like the C++ part. But like certain other languages will have it, but it'll be different, right? So ternary C++. Let me just look this up, okay? All right, so it's like a one-line if-else, effectively, they'll do, right? So, like here we go, right? So return, so like this is like the function, right? So we'll do this, right? So we'll do return. Oh no, actually we don't have to do that. That's right. This is a return from that, right? But like if you want a function of it, you will do this. Okay. Anyway. Sorry, getting ahead of myself. So return value, and right, because we want it to be greater than 0, right? And value, right? So this is an even number, right? This is an even number, right? It's greater than 0, so it can't be 0, and it also, it also has to divide evenly by 2. That means there's no remainder, right? So the remainder of it when divided by 2 is 0, or the modulo, right? Also like add space, right? So add some white space, right? There we go. And like that's it. That's it. That's the Yandere dev code, like just there, right? I went with the ternary operator, didn't have to do that, right? But anyway, I don't know why I wanted to. Sometimes I just want to like see an excuse to teach people the ternary operator because a lot of people don't fucking know that exists. But basically, like that's an if-else statement. Like if you only have an if-else statement, you can, you only want to check if it's if or else, right? If it's one thing or another. Which, to be fair, with that function you do. But this would be like you don't need a function for it. You just do it in a single line, right? So like that would effectively be like you just so instead of is even, you just like this would be like if you pass it in as an input of a function that has a boolean, right? So like let's say you have to have an even number for a win function. So win, right? Win, right? And like this would be like the condition you pass, right? It's like you would pass value, like you would just pass this, right? So value colon, right? You would pass this, right? Right? This is a little harder with Boolean because like you wouldn't do this with Boolean, right? You would do this if it was like a number thing, right? So like maybe like if you do this, you win 10, right? So win and then like this would be 10, right? So you already won, right? And then if it's not true, right, you only win 5, right? So if you win on odd, you get 5. And if you win on even, you get 10, right? So like there we go, right? So like that's kind of the ternary operator. There you go. Anyway, it's very simple thing, right? You return like it's basically like 2 return statements in an if and an else for a function, right? It's kind of cool, but like a lot of people don't know about that one, but it is not very like common that you want to return to like non-Boolean, because if it's a Boolean, you just use like, you just straight up don't do this, right? You just do this, right? But yeah, like I don't even have to like say what's in the win function, right? I guess we'll just say like say like this is like the game class, and there's a global for the game class money variable, right? So money so like this is like in the function, right? The function would just be so like we'll define the function when let's say this is another file and this is like anyway, right? So when, right? So we have a value, right? So like so like this would be award, right? So int award, right? And award plus equal money plus equal award, right? And yeah, you do like single line functions a bunch. If you do them enough, you will just do this, right? Now obviously this is also explained that you don't do that much because you don't really have too many functions you just do all the time. But like that's really what a function is designed to do. You just do it because you can. All right, so there you go. All right, that's that. Let's continue.
Yeah,
Very
again,
basic
I'm not
coding shit, by the way.
coder. And this is why, I look down at coders so much. Because Pirate Software actually does, like, coding stuff on stream. And no one calls him out. Even though when I literally talk to people who know coding. Some people reached out through email and told me about, the shit he says about coding is sometimes blatantly false.
Well, the thing that he uses is like a blockchain example. Like blockchain, I can understand him being wrong there because blockchain is like a lot more advanced than anything you would do in a game. Like we're talking about things that are way more advanced than like game programming, right? Like blockchain is like look at a blockchain, right? Blockchain programming, right? Like it's like him saying, "Oh, he doesn't understand AI." Like, yeah, the code. I've done some stuff with AI. I kind of understand people not understanding that, right? So, like you can learn this, right? You can learn why like the things he's saying are false, right? If you study enough. But I can understand him not knowing that if his expertise is gaming, because they are two different fields, and the gaming field is far less advanced than the blockchain field, right? It would be like saying like, he doesn't know how Stable Diffusion works. Yeah, like I can get that. Like Stable Diffusion is also a way more advanced program than any game. Right? Like the most advanced game you've used, Stable Diffusion clears it. Okay.
For example, that he does
Unreal Engine, right? Unreal Engine 5 is one of the most advanced engines there is, right? All the code in Unreal Engine, right? Combined with like if you look at it, right? It's fairly simple and easy to understand once you know like the math behind some of these equations and things. It's more like just like figuring out what you need to do, right? For let me look at it, right? Let me actually I can't right now because I have to sign in to fucking GitHub. I have to sign in to GitHub to like look at their code. That's right, because I have to be on their you have to be on their like approve. You have to be on like their team kind of thing, which is kind of funny because I'm not working at Epic, but according to GitHub, I am. I'm an employee at Epic Games. Yeah, it's like it just shows you that open source software is kind of slave labory, but not really, because I don't really contribute much to it. I just can. So it's like volunteer work, right? I don't get paid for it, but I can do it, right? And I can, right? But like the code, let me look at Blender's code. That might be easier. Like Blender's code is open source, right? So Blender 3D source code, right? So let's look at that, right? Yeah. So like you'll see like some of this shit is a bit more advanced than others, obviously, right? We'll do source, right? We'll go to source code, Blender right now. We'll do all right. I want to do something simple, so we'll do IO, right? We'll do input output, right? And let's do let's do wavefront OBJ, right? So let's look at this one, right? This is going to be pretty simple. OBJ writers are like, you can write these in your sleep, right? So obviously you do tend to, you have code that you include, right, from other files, right? But like this is kind of like the code for it, right? It's fairly simple, right? Okay, it's like the duration, it takes some things, and this will basically say like to like your logs how long it took to import this file, right? Or export it, right? Like so, Blender tells you this, right? So it'll like take these variables in, and then it'll output. This is how long it took to do this, right? The reason they have that function in there, by the way, is for bug reporting. A 3D software will always have bugs because they are constantly innovating. It's like game engines too, right? Games, not always, right? You can get rid of most of the bad bugs in a game that you don't have to debug it anymore if you stop updating it, right? Because you're not going like once you get to a point where you're not updating like the project anymore with a software, right? You no longer have to like do shit like this, right? This is all debugging shit, right? Effectively, right? So these are like, you might have issues with this software, so we're including this so you can tell us how long these things are taking and stuff to see like what issues might occur, right? And then like they'll also like report like things like the file size and shit and something. You get the idea, right? And they do that. The reason they do that is so that when you have errors with certain functions, they can tell like what the issues are, right? If it's taking too long, like what's like the data in the file, and you get the idea, right? And they can also tell when their algorithms are improving by like seeing that the time is less on the same object or whatever, right? So like that's kind of the thing with that, right? Like it's a debug thing for like users and the developers to say, hey, this is faster if it's a developer, or a user can report this in a bug report to say like, hey, this is like a 3 megabyte file and it's taken 5 minutes. My hardware can clearly handle that. What the fuck, right? And then they'll probably look and like it might not be in here, it might be somewhere else, right? In fact, it will be somewhere else. Like these, you can code these in your sleep, but like maybe like some part of like not the importer itself, but some other thing in one of these files or something that's relying on the import. You get the idea, right? And then they'll also ask you to upload the file because maybe the file itself is corrupted. You get the idea, right? So yeah.
He's just making shit up about the blockchain.
Like you can actually have like a very short OBJ file with bad syntax, or you can have like you can say an OBJ file has 1 trillion vertices, right? It will most likely not have that, and it definitely won't in 3 megabytes, right? But you can say it does, and you can fuck up importers by doing that, right? Because OBJs are all ASCII, which means text, by the way. So like you just have like an ASCII file that you can edit, and you can just break the fucking files sometimes.
In gaming.
And people
That
might not understand that that's why their files broke, right? Because like it'll say I have a trillion vertices, but you're only giving me like 10. And yeah, like that can be a thing that you can do, right? Now some importers, like if you say you have more than a certain amount of data, right, they just will look at the data you give them anyway. But then there's also other importers, right? Because you say you have trillion, right? So what they'll do is they'll try to pre-allocate that all into RAM, right? And that'll fucking bog your machine down, right? And so there's many ways you can write it, right? And usually you do write it under the assumption that they haven't been corrupted, and someone didn't tee do that with like the vertex count. So usually you might want it to be written that way, right? Because then you're like, oh, well, I know I'm not going to corrupt this and say I have a trillion vertices. I'm going to stick to the usual like 500,000 max for a model, right? And so because of that, I no longer have to deal with that. But if you're on like a team, you have to, put in, you get the idea, right? Or like you're borrowing that, you get the idea, right? Eventually you have to figure out that number has to, you have to check some way, right? To make sure that you're not just importing, like you're not just pre-allocating it all. The problem is that you want to be able to pre-allocate it all, right? Because like the thing is, the dynamic RAM allocation is bad, right? It's slow as fuck. So that's like how you can do it in some files, though. You can just fuck up a game by saying, I have a trillion points of data, and you don't actually have it. But they will pre-allocate it for you, and it will just fucking crash your computer. Well, not really crash it, but like it'll try to load that and then crash the program. And then like you'll be like slowed down while it tries to do that, and then like it'll just be like, oh wait, I don't have that much RAM.
If you get hacked, there's never a way to recover.
Back in the day, you could just crash your computer, though, by doing shit like that. Because now, like, the hardware itself has shit to say, oh, hey, I don't have that.
Your items,
right?
That's blatantly not true. That's not how
like it's OS bound.
These things work. And coding-wise,
you don't even have to write it in your program.
When I actually asked about him,
well, you go back to like the NES era, like you could do shit like that. You could break someone's console with the dumbest shit.
Friend who is getting paid fucking top dollar in not America by American standards, he said, oh yeah, this is shit. You could probably learn this in 2 weeks. And when I say you could probably learn...
anyone can learn to program in 2 weeks. Programming isn't that hard. Like I said, like 90% of it, what you'll do, right, is you go to ChatGPT. I'll just do DeepSeek. This will be easier, right? So I'm going to say, hey, what is, how would I program a shader, all right. Like I'm just going to ask like a simple question, right? Not one too advanced. I was like going to be like, how do I program a shader to do tessellation in Vulkan? I could do that. Actually, let's do that. Program a shader to do tessellation in Vulkan for in an Arch distro. Right? So it's going to tell me how to do that, right? And I can just copy and paste this and then debug it, right? Like most of this will kind of, so telling you how to install Vulkan, which is kind of shitty. But yeah, you can kind of just, you can kind of like see, So yeah, like learning programming isn't really hard anymore, right? Once you learn the basics, which is 2 weeks, you've already learned the code, right? Because you just have these and you just copy and paste these, right? And now some of the times this will be wrong, right? but you can, once you like figure out the basics, right? You can kind of see what's wrong out of it in real time. Once you figure out the API, that is. Because there's another thing. Once you learn to program, most of what you do is, you also learn that most of what you do is extending other people's code. You're not making your own program from scratch, right? That's just not a thing that anyone does anymore, right? Like if you program a GPU driver, like the guy who programmed his own GPU, right? Driver for his new GPU that he made, he still had to borrow system like specific functions, right, to do that. So even the guy who programmed his own fucking GPU driver for his new GPU that he made and only he has access to, he still had to borrow code from the operating system to do it, right? Not a lot, right? Like if you look at it, like it's barely anything that he really has to borrow. But even then, he had to borrow some shit. Because you kind of have to, right? If you're going to interact with something, you basically have to borrow code from it to do it.
Learn this in 2 weeks and be arguably maybe better than him. Like he unironically,
so like, effectively all coding is stealing, effectively. Because you have to steal someone else's homework to do it.
He thinks that I am retarded when it comes to computers. He will just blatantly call me a Neanderthal to my face when it comes to computer stuff.
Oh yeah, no,
and
he's an asshole.
Saying I can learn that and be as good as him at the bare minimum in 2 weeks. Like, how bad is this guy at actually?
No, it's just programming is just that easy to learn. It's not even like programming is just that easy to learn.
His job.
Like it's really, you learn the programming, and game programming is like the bottom of the barrel, right? Like because game programming isn't like that, right? This is like you're doing the shader itself, right? Game programming, like if you're doing a 2D game programming is like how do I program a move script? Okay, so I'll do a new chat, right? How would I program a 2D move script in Unity? Or we'll do Game Maker. We'll make it even easier for us, right? I'll do Godot, right? I'll do Godot. It's open source, so it'll probably be like way better at like finding a good way to do it, right? So like we're doing that, right? These will be mostly explanation, and that's about it. Look at this. Watch this. Watch how simple this will be. Like, you don't have to know what all this does if you're a game programmer. That's the thing, right? So if you're a game programmer, you just have to know that I have to make things move. Right? Dude, setting up the input functions. And like, this is the code, by the way. This is all, like, stuff you click and drag. So, yeah, this is why, like, I always hate when people are like, I don't want to learn the code to, like, compete in the games industry. Grums will do it for me. I'm like, dog, like, this is coding in the games industry. Like, unless you're doing, like, some top-notch 3D shit, like you're, like, trying to compete with, like, fucking Cyberpunk 2077, this is the shit you do. Right? It's not that it's worse than Yandere Dev. It's just that programming is kind of easy. Like, you don't need to know that much to do it.
There's literally thousands of people watching him, and no one is calling him out. Shouldn't he be like the laughing stock?
And the reason is because most people use engines, right? Like Yandere Dev does too, right? So 90% of like the work is already done for you, right?
Fuck off the
so you just have to like. Most of it is you interact with the program and just like do like basic math.
Programming world. I have already said this. If this happened in
if you want to implement AI, there are literally like free scripts on Unity that people will like let you copy paste to implement the system, and then you just have to do everything in the UI, right? And that's like how most programming works. Most of the core functions of game development are already done for you. You just have to implement them and do a little bit of scripting for the specific game you want, and that's it.
Finance? Yeah, you can lie one time in finance, you can lie 2 times in finance, but on the 3rd time, people are going to call you out for blatantly saying incorrect shit. or stupid shit, you're always gonna be called out. But in coding, it just doesn't happen. Like, this rando dude just lies and does a shitty job, and everyone's like, oh, he's so talented. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know why people are saying he's talented. This is literally the most easy shit you can ever figure out, right? Like, if you're doing, like, your own engine, right? There's another scam artist group, right? There's, like, Adventures in Game. These are the original dev bloggers, right? This is kind of sad that the original dev bloggers became a scam. Adventures in Game Development, right? This is just a fucking, like, thing right here, right? These guys used to be fucking cool as shit back in, like, so, not this time. So here's when they used to be cool, right? Oh, yeah. These were, like, when I say original dev bloggers, I mean these were original dev bloggers. These guys were programming games and showing you how they did it in 2018. Okay? Actually, let me make sure, right? Because it says, is there a date thing? I have to fucking get an extension to show the exact date, right? But this is like way back in the day, right? These guys are crackheads who just stole all their money after a bit, right? But this was, they got money from like a Kickstarter, right? Around, where is it? I guess you could argue here, but that's not really when they got it, right? These were like donations, and they did do the stuff for those donation goals, right? The Kickstarter, I think, was, where was it? Like, I think they show it, right? Yeah, here it is, right? Around about here, right? 10 years ago. Oh no, yeah, 10 years ago. Yeah, here they did a Kickstarter, right? And then the Kickstarter, basically, they had to finish the game. Like the dirt back then, like this, it was donations, right? So they didn't have to really finish it. They just had to continue developing and making videos, right? But here they had to finish it in a couple years, right? Well, here we are, 10 years later, it's not finished. This, like, but like this guy became a crack addict after this. You can kind of see it in like his face too. Like this is him back in the day, and like he kind of got a little older here. So maybe this is when he became a crack addict, actually. Like here, he was not a crack addict. Here, he might be. But here he absolutely is. And you can kind of see with his hair and shit, too. Like, it took a toll. The crack took a toll on his life. Not his life, but, like, his livelihood and shit.
Is this
fathomable? And he uses this experience developing this game as some sort of point of authority.
But the thing is, right, this guy still has, like, good shit that he did, right? If you go on his GitHub, right, you can see he still has contributions to Dreamcast and PSP development that people use to this day. There are homebrew Dreamcast and PSP developers that rely on a scam artist's code to develop shit. So just keep that in mind a bit, too. Like, this guy, like, legit, like, he's, like, he is a crack addict, but he is, like, the kind of cool crack addict. Like, this guy is a guy who, like, learned SH4 to make his, like, code to program ports for Dreamcast shit the best there was for any homebrew guy, right? So, for those who don't know what SH4 is, so every CPU has their own language, effectively, right? So we use what's known as the AMD 64, otherwise known as the x86 underscore 64 CPUs, right? That's like what most people use as their CPU. Another standard is the ARM, right? You might have heard of ARM with a lot of like the Windows laptops that are coming out, right? Or your phone, right? So that's another CPU, right? Language, right? And then SH4 was one that was only used in the Dreamcast. So like the architecture has like its own assembly instructions that you have to learn for that particular CPU, right? So he had to learn the architecture of the Dreamcast CPU. So this is like this guy was cool as fuck when you think about it, because he's just like some dork learning all this insane shit. So it kind of makes sense that he didn't finish his game, because like he did do some great things, just the game never fucking panned out. But yeah.
When he's talking about game development and the game industry, it's just clearly deceptive. It's all a persona.
Like,
None of it is
like, he has contributions too. The people outside of his team have finished games on the Dreamcast and PSP with his code. It is important that he made that code. It would be importanter if he made his fucking game, but he also made some important contributions to homebrew developers.
is real. It is all smoke and mirrors with him.
Now, obviously, homebrew means you're not really going to make that much money off of it. This is like a passion project if you're doing homebrew. But yeah.
And I've covered in my other videos.
Like, a good way to say it, right? Homebrew is way different from like modern PC, right? Homebrew is a little more of an advanced field, because you have to learn like specific ins and outs of that old hardware, right? Like the NES homebrews are like some of the best homebrew guys, right? Because they had to learn the in and outs of they didn't even have coding standards back then. You couldn't use C back then because it was too much, right?
It's the kinds of things
every fucking little bit of data mattered.
He does with that image that he's built up. And just as another point of evidence for the fact that COVID claim
back then, optimization had to be airtight, effectively.
Was absolute bullshit. In 2023, he got another round of COVID, but this time his recovery.
Also, why there weren't load-in screens. So for those who are wondering why load-in screens exist in the first place, it's because you can't load the entire game into RAM. And back in the day, the RAM was on the cartridge, right? So the RAM for the game was on the game, right? That's why you had in Star Fox had the RAM the extra RAM pack thing that they said, right? That was because back in the day, that was the RAM, right? You had to add the RAM to the extra RAM to the fucking board. Right, there's RAM on the hardware too, but you basically actually no, it was ROM, right? ROM, not RAM, ROM. So instead of random access memory, it was read-only memory, right? So all the memory was read straight from there, right? So the CPU kind of just did a couple things here and there with RAM and shit, but most of it just read the data straight from ROM, right? And then the RAM was just used for very specific tasks, figuring out what screen the player was on and shit, right? That was you were the RAM, the stuff you did was the RAM. The entire game was ROM. That's why
it was only 20 days.
ROM sites, right? Because they were all in memory, right? They was just all memory people were working with.
So yeah, it's kind of a short one. I'm sorry I didn't get more stuff.
This is absolutely not anywhere near as bad as Yandere Dev. I can tell. Right? It's simpler. It's a simpler language, obviously. I think this is BASIC or C# or something, right? But no, this is GML, right? This is Game Maker, so GML, right? So this is a much simpler language, but the language being simpler doesn't mean its code is worse. It means you could learn the language quicker, right? But there is nothing as legendary as this, right? This is the most legendary shit ever, right? This shit, right? I made this in one line of code, right? Oh wait, I forgot to put the bool, right? I forgot to put the I forgot to define the function. Sorry, I have to bool, right? I just didn't want to do. I just forgot to fucking. Regardless, right? And then for win would just say void, right? Because the win doesn't return anything; it just increases your money. So here's the so. Here's the final here's the final code, because I forgot that part because it's been a while since I programmed, but even with my rusty state, like this is all I had to change was just add bool and void there, right? Because this is a declaration. This is a definition, right? So you have to define it in the definition with a declaration. Actually, no, this is not a declaration. Declaration is when you declare that it exists. Definition is when you define it. It's when using it. Like, I forget what the fucking using it term is, but this is when you use it, right? Implemented, right? I think is it, right? But anyway, when you implement it, you don't have to worry about that. Regardless.
Stuff done, but that was a hell of a thing. That's the second time I've gotten COVID. The first time
I have gotten COVID, I think, once, maybe twice, maybe thrice, I couldn't tell. Because natural immunity is a thing, turns out. Oh, I can't say that, right? Sorry, YouTube.
I mean, it kind of is, not really. You just have, like, it's not going to kill you.
Lying.
Or make you sick. If you're not really immune to it, you won't get sick from it. Right? As in, you will still have it. It can still try to do damage to you. And, you know, it might even, right? But it will be so minimal you won't feel it, right? But then you can still give it to other people and they can have it pretty bad. So it's not really natural immunity.
It is what it is. But I got it once and I was sick for 2 days. A whopping...
Well, then you definitely aren't immune to it. You got it and you were sick.
2
right?
days!
That's not natural immunity. That's called you recovered quickly, right? You got the terms mixed up, my guy. Like, natural immunity is a term that means what I said, but, like, you still technically aren't immune to it, so it's kind of like a weird term. But you also didn't have that. You did get sick, so you weren't naturally immune. You just got better quickly because you have a good immune system. Like, naturally immune means you won't get sick from it, right? You can still give it to other people, but you yourself will not get sick. So, like, that's what most people mean when they say it. You're saying you won't die from it. That's not what that means.
And I was mildly annoyed. Kept doing YouTube, kept doing all of the things. I was mildly annoyed. It is what it is. And then, bam, good. Okay, everything's fine. And maybe then I got it again because there was, like, one day, a year later, when I felt really bad. But that was not even a full day,
I would say that was the flu at that point, right? Like, you can, like, the first time getting COVID, you can have it be like that. Like, the thing is, COVID always gets worse if you get it again, right? Is like the thing with COVID, right? The flu, it gets better, right? And it's just how, like, the viruses work, right? COVID attacks your heart and lungs a lot more viciously. So even when you recover quickly the first time, the second time it just gets worse for you, right? But that's only COVID. Like, other forms of the virus, like SARS and the flu, because they're all the same group, right? They're all respiratory viruses and they all work very similar. But only COVID has, like, the ability to, give you proteins that give you a heart attack or clots, right? That's why, like, the vaccine hysteria was, like, the clot shot, right? Because they were giving you effectively, like, the ability to So, like, the mRNA basically gave your DNA the ability to, like, mimic the function of the virus, right? And, like, at a weaker, like, rate. But some people, like, it mixed too well, and it caused them to have the virus just do its worst side effects within their DNA, and they just died from a clot or a heart attack. And yeah, those are all COVID symptoms, right? When people die of COVID, it is almost always because they got shit like that. It's bad, right? That shit's bad. Now, most of the vaccines don't give that. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine was actually worse, even though they just gave you, that one was like the old style vaccine where they just gave you a dead virus, and somehow that was worse, right? Moderna was, as far as I know, the best, right? Also, that's one I got, right? And then, is it like it starts with a P, like Pfizer, right? Pfizer was kind of in the middle, right? It was still mRNA like Moderna, but it came out first, right? And some of the problems were basically it would kind of just get too active if you get the doses wrong, kind of thing, right? And usually people were fine, but here's a little fun fact. I did get vaxxed, right? I can tell you for a fact why a lot of people like got some fucking issues. A lot of those nurses were clearly not trained. I looked at it, I was like, these guys, I saw a bubble. This guy's gonna fucking like get some like hematoma or something in his skin. And like he did, right? Because like that's just how it works. You have a air bubble, you get a hematoma and some clots anyway, right? So for a while, I just thought that was the clots people were talking about. Like people just didn't know how to do their job. Now they still didn't know how to do their job because a properly administered dose will not do that to you. But there were like these were like people who clearly weren't paid enough to understand what the fuck they were doing. So there were people who put too much in or not enough in, and it fucked everything up for people. So that's kind of a thing, right? These things have to be administered at a very exact fucking measurement too. And that measurement kind of does differ with age as well.
Let's say that
like
I felt
the age of like a 30-year-old person, like a 20-year-old person like I was when I got it, right? I was like late 20s, right? Was like what they were giving to 50-year-old men and little kids in like the like for me I was fine, right? I just got like a little prick in my arm and like I felt like a little pain in it, right, a bit, right? They were like a lot of these old people, they might not be walking around anymore because like you're giving them the same, and you're giving kids the same exact shit that you're giving me, not changing it up at all. It was wild as fuck.
Felt a little bit bad and wheezy, and that was it.
Because that is a thing, right? The dosage I needed was not what Grandpa or little Timmy needed.
So how the fuck do you
But
actually
they gave me the dose that they need. So like one of us was gonna get fucked up, right? Right? I didn't, but I'm pretty sure a lot of the grandpas and little Timmys got fucked up from that.
get the hit down?
Like, you need like less, I believe, if you're older, like if you're that age or younger than like adulthood, right?
For 20 days? I don't know.
Time took 9 months to recover. This one took probably about, I think it was in total about 20 days. So thankfully I'm back on it and I'm back to working and stuff. So I'm sorry that there's no
And like
update.
what I mean by like less is like they have like different like because a lot of the vaccine will be like the vaccine, and then some of it will be like water and shit, right? And they also have like a lever, right, for the needle, right? So they even have like labels on the things, right, for like which ones are supposed to be administered to like different groups, right, and stuff. So like they gave me and everyone else like kind of the same, like they push it back the same, they use the same like solution like part, right? So that meant it was the same like thickness for mine as it was for 70-year-old dudes and like 7-year-old girls, right? That's bad. That's just awful, right? Like they should be fired for that, or even sent to prison. I'm gonna be honest. That's
But
not
I will
good.
see
Like you should not be. A doctor should know not to do that.
you guys all later.
Right, like it would be one thing if it was a different solution, right? Maybe it was all pre-measured, different solutions, right, for kids and adult and different solutions for older adults, different solutions for men and women. You get the idea, right?
Oh,
But it
insane.
wasn't.
The idea that he lost a year of development due to COVID, and then the next time it was only 20.
Because that's the thing, right? Like it's sort of like if you look at Tylenol, right? You can kind of tell this, right? If you're above or below a certain age, you don't take the same dose as if you're a full-grown adult.
Days is
Like if you're 2, you don't even give kids like Tylenol, right? And then if you're like 6, right, you'll give your kids half the dose you do, right? Usually, sometimes even a quarter. depending on the
hilarious.
dose.
But I mean, I
And
don't
then
think
if you're
I
an adult, you just take the full thing. And if you're old, you take like one dose, but like they give you 2 doses as an adult kind of thing.
can
right?
say anymore on this. I mean, it's so blatantly obvious that one, his entire
I mean,
persona,
I'm pretty sure we've all taken fucking Tylenol, and I don't have to fucking explain that shit. But I'm explaining it anyway because I'm autistic.
entire identity, his entire experience, work background, history is all a facade. This facade is carefully built up to distance himself from his past and some of the horrible things he's done, some of the relationships
I feel like the horrible things he's done aren't that horrible, but he definitely does want to distance himself from like being a douchebag. But he's still a douchebag, so he's not really doing a good job of it. But he definitely is trying to disassociate from his past levels of douchebaggery, right? But what he did was legal, so like it's not really like criminal. Like what he's doing now is illegal, right? Which kind of follows the criminal pattern. Like they always progress, not regress, right? It's like once you get past a certain like level of crime, you will always progress, never regress, right? And what that means is if you're going to do a crime, you tend to always like pattern up, right? It's like you might not do crimes for a while, right? But next time you do a crime, you're going to it's going to be worse than the last crime you did, right? So if you start with like robbing people from their cars, like Grand Theft Auto, you're most likely not going to like steal a single chocolate bar from a grocery store, right? You're going to go up to bank robbery. And when you do crimes again, right? If you don't stick to Grand Theft Auto.
The community.
Now, some people do, but like usually it's you progress up. The trend tends to go up for crimes, right? Now that doesn't mean they don't stop. It just means they tend to trend upwards.
He's been ousted from, and he will build up a fiercely loyal fan base and use them to defend and attack people. And he has no problem silencing.
My thing is though, like when it's in a video game and people are just like mad that he's better at the game than them, I don't care, right? But when it's like with the DMCA shit, I'm like, yeah, fuck him, right? And it's kind of part of the same drama, right? But there's like different levels where I think the responses are fine. Like that, where it's like trolling in their servers and shit, and like harass, like whatever, right? It's definitely not healthy, but hey, if you want to do that, who cares, right? The shit with Ashes into Creation and Eve, I don't care. I don't give a shit, right? You can do that. It's a video game, right? Not real life. Although sometimes Eve sounds like real life with how everything is like the way people talk about it. I'm like, dog, is this just life too, but like worse?
Criticism by abusing DMC.
I've never played Eve, and I will never play Eve because the way people describe it, it makes me think like if I die in the game, I die in real life. I feel like I'm playing still alive with that shit.
And report functionality.
Yeah, he does that. One of the reasons why I think he's actually so successful in weaponizing his audience is because, well, they are coders, right? The most of his fan base is like coders, and a lot of people.
Oh, yeah, actually, you know what? Quasar, I will probably make this a short just for you, right? Just to show you like how pathetic some game developers can be. Like this is obviously not like to the level of standards of Zelda, right? But here is like the basic mechanics. It's a 10-hour video. You will have to take some weeks to do it, right? But you can learn how to make like I'll just like show you like it's very basic, right? It's like
that's a really good start.
With kind of terrible graphics, right? And stuff, right? But you will see this and you will be like, oh, I can just start with this. I can just make this in a day. And yeah, you can. It will take you the entire day, as you see. But you can literally program, because they will give you all the art assets, right? Program like a very basic bottom bit of the barrel Breath of the Wild style game with certain things in 10 hours, right?
Cadet,
now, this is the bottom of the barrel, right? So you have like climbing and stamina meter and shit. Nothing really like super advanced, right? You don't have like the advanced animation either or anything like that, right? You're not making actual Breath of the Wild or even Genshin Impact here, right? With the shit. But you are making a competent game in 10 hours, one day. Yes, the attacking, the they're attacking you. So they they have like tells and breaks and shit.
In this tutorial, we are going to...
Yeah, so obviously that's very basic, but you can do that in a day. So imagine what you can learn, in 2 weeks.
Working coding and stuff like that do see themselves unironically above the average person, even though they're typically not. And
well, that's kind of the thing, right? Like most programmers, you don't even need to know shit to get into it, right? You just have to be willing to do it. That's really the thing. Programming is 99% finding the will to learn programming and 1% actually learning programming. Like, you just have to want to do it, and then it's easy.
They have this elevated self-demeanor.
I can back up that you can become a better programmer than him in 2 weeks. I will say he is not worse than Yandere Dev, but I mean, Yandere Dev is mimetic and like legendary as a bad coder, right? You just saw like some basic examples.
That they are better than everyone and stuff like that. So they probably really take it personal when, oh, the retard that I look up to is not actually smart. You say? Unacceptable. I'm gonna go die on this stupid hill now. I kind of feel that that's a thing that's happening.
Unless something absolutely major comes to light, this will be my last video on him. But I'm open to ideas of what else.
Yeah, this is... we knew a lot of this. There's also...
fine with that, right? Now, the thing is, right, I say that this will probably, like, affect his case in a bad way for the people who want him to, face justice for the actual fucking crimes he's did, and it can, right? Now, I'm not saying it will. I said that earlier because I get sensational. I'm trying to be entertaining, right? You got to sensationalize it. Like, pronouns, right? And, like, the actual issue is just, like, that pronouns are kind of a mask to disguise the fact that the game's kind of fucking shit, right? It's not that the pronouns made the game shit. It was just that they were like a pointless virtue signal added to, like, like I can add like the intelligence to that, right? But pronouns, basic fucking English, first shit I learned in first grade, it makes more of a better video for Az than to complain about like the fact that it's clearly a virtue signal put in so that leftists who want to like sound like they care don't have to focus much on that to disguise the fact that it's a bad game that you wasted a bunch of money on, right? Because ultimately that's why it's in there, right? It's not in there because the game is the game requires it, right? It's not like an indie game like Cult of the Lamb, not really Cult of the Lamb. Like, it's not like Undertale, right? Undertale has to be gay as fuck, right? Like, Undertale is gay as fuck on purpose, right? But, like, you look at Undertale, and then you go to, like, Starfield, and it's like, what's the trans stuff in Starfield? Well, there's pronouns. What else? Well, you see, if there's a clone of a man that's a woman, so we used his X chromosomes both of the times when we cloned him. So now he's basically the exact same guy but a woman, and we made her a diversity hire because we basically have her like just shoveling shit all day. She's not ever going to live up to him, but we say she's a clone of him for money and that's apparently the trans shit in the game. And then outside of that, there is just pronouns, and that's it. And then the cloning shit, it's in even trans. It's like genetics engineering, right? So like there's just pronouns. That's what trans people are, pronouns, right? You got pronouns, you're trans. And like that's kind of the thing, right? It's so surface level, it makes no sense. Now with an indie game that's light on story, like Terraria or RuneScape, it's fine, right? Well, RuneScape's not indie, but still. They're not really heavy on story, so it's fine, whatever. It's just like you're doing this because you want to share that you're trans to other players and stuff, right? This is your identity and whatever. I'm like, okay, whatever, right? But when a game is heavy on story like Starfield, where there's like a ton of dialogue and shit, and this is from the ground up, this is in the game, you aren't just inviting trans people to play like as their personal identities and stuff. You aren't really doing any of that because you had the game from the ground up and you decided to put this feature in. And so people are seeing that you put it in at the last minute. You didn't design the game around it. You put it in at the last second, right? Like, I'm fine if it's designed around it, right? Like, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 seems to be designed around certain of, like, the game mechanics in that game, right? So those are intended. The pronouns in Starfield are not really, like, intended. You could clearly see they were like, oh, we got to add something for the trans people. It's like, yeah, that sucks. It's bad.
Other things, but I mean, that's a solid video.
Yeah, like, for me, it's like, is it intentional or not, right?
The wild world of lacking, as was already stated previously. But yeah, this is wild. The fact that he actually, Pirate Software most likely got this person to write this comment. By the way, maybe this is not even their actual real thing. Maybe this is just made up, because you fucking never know. Like, how are we supposed to know that this is real?
Yeah, to be fair, we'd have to go on their channel. Let me make sure. Let me make sure. Right, meme face. Right, I can look at their channel, right? Because they have a channel. Is this it? No, yeah, this is it. They don't have anything. So yeah, that might actually be made up. You're right. Yeah, actually, right. Yeah, that's not their FA or anything. That's their YouTube, right? If it was on YouTube, I could look it up. I mean, for Affinity, I could look it up, right? And see if that was their account, because I know this person. I know who this is. Like, I don't know them personally, but I know their FA and shit. So, yeah, that might actually be odd, because, like, who the fuck is this piece of shit? Right? However, I will say, as far as the allegations, it seems like it doesn't really matter that much. Because none of that would have been illegal, so it wouldn't even been grooming. It could have been misconduct, but I don't fucking care, right? If it's misconduct, but like they're okay with it, it's not really misconduct, right? Because misconduct's like a contract thing. Well, it's like with Vic Mignogna, right? I've said this before and I said it again. I don't mind that he was fired. I mind that what he was fired for, Monica Rial should have also been fired, and it should have only been from Funimation. So what Vic Mignogna was guilty of is sexual relationships with Monica Rial in the company property, right? They were doing sexually explicit hair pulling shit and stuff in the office. Like, yeah, you can fire them for that. I don't fucking care, right? Like, I don't fucking care. You can fire him from Funimation for that. But he didn't do it in Rooster Teeth's office. He wasn't a pedophile, and he wasn't, like, this was consensual between the two of them. So they were just fucking around, right? And you know what I think, right? I think what it actually was they did all of this because because he's a Christian, right? He probably felt guilty about it and was going to, like, talk to their boss about it. I'm thinking that's what that was, right? I don't think, like, Vic, like, the whole Christian thing was that they hated Christians. I think what it was he was going to tell about the shit that Chris Sabat was doing, and the fact that he felt bad for cheating on his wife with Monica Rial. I bet you that's what it was, right? And he was just going to blow the whistle on the sex abuse that was going on there, which ended up happening anyway, so they didn't really do very good covering it up. But that was what was actually intended to happen, right, by him, right? It wasn't he was Christian. It was that he felt bad for the shit that happened with his wife, because he's married, and then that's kind of cheating, right? So he's going to feel bad about that. And then that guilt, and then he, like, sees what else is happening at the company, and he kind of wants to blow the whistle on it. I'm thinking that's what it was.
I could copy this and pretend that I'm that person,
Like
and
that was
people.
the actual Vic Mignogna situation. So would he have been fired? You know, if they didn't like add all those other things to him, and it would have been fine. But they wouldn't have been able to fire him from anything else. Absolutely, yeah. But that's kind of the thing, right?
Would
They
probably buy.
wanted to have all of their cake and eat it too. But ultimately, it ended up coming back to haunt them.
It.
Because
And then
instead of just firing him and her, right, and it would have been able to sweep the Chris Sabat, and other shit that was going on in the company under the rug if they did that. But because they wanted to have all their cake and eat it too, right? But the thing is, they probably couldn't fire Monica because she was a cunt, right? And cunts, if you damage them at all, will blow the whistle. So they had to keep Monica Real quiet for that as well. So they had to keep her in. That's the issue, right? There was no real way they could win once he started. I was like feeling guilty about cheating on his wife. That's the issue. Because he felt guilty because he's a Christian, and he doesn't feel like he should be doing that with another woman when he's married, right? I know what happened in the Vic Mignogna situation. Oh my, this is disgusting. Now I'm like, because I was thinking, like, why are all these allegations popping up for so long, right? And I didn't really think about it till now. Yeah, goddamn. Oh man.
Pirate Software probably
They
at
had
the
to
same.
get rid of him, because he was, feeling bad. So he was going to try to talk about the shit he did with cheating on his wife. And if he did that, they would have to fire both of them, and she would blow the whistle on the other shit. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. They knew that they had a timer, and they had to solve it somehow.
Just is like, hey, yeah, that's it, that's right there.
So they basically gave Monica Real hush money to ruin his. It's fucked up, right? Companies do this all the time, by the way. But I'm starting to get it right now, right? And now Rooster Teeth, I don't think was involved in that, right? I think Rooster Teeth was just like, hey, look, like we got to fire you because they're charging you with sex offender shit. Like we can't keep you, my dude, right? I'm thinking that's what it is, right? Because that's what it sounds like to me. Now, Rooster Teeth might have had bad shit too, but I haven't seen anything bad like at that level from them, at least.
It's kind of.
To be fair, the Pirate Software lied about Godot thing isn't entirely a lie. I wouldn't call it a lie. I would call it like he just didn't give a fuck. Because like that's the thing. If you just don't give a fuck, it's not really like lying. Because what the information, you have to give a fuck about what's going on for any of that shit to really hold weight. You know?
Saying, as a guy in cybersecurity, I can assure you that there will be multiple people projecting to be experts in the field when they are borderline incompetent, including me.
Yeah, Bosco's got it right.
Based. I doubt you'll get the DMCA takedown, but if you do, reach out. I need you. I got a DMC takedown from an insane person in America that we could sue. Oh, come on. Maybe I should reach out to him. Well, in any case, I mean, if...
Oh yeah, this is another thing right here, right? Yeah.
Pirate Software DMCA claims you just claim back. He's not actually going to sue anyone. It's like, for what? I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah. The fuck is that? Is it Denims or some shit? Let's see. Who the fuck is that? Who's this shit?
What are
Oh. Okay, so you're making a video on Asmongold being a weirdo and boring. Like, yeah, he's a weirdo and he's a weirdo. I don't know about boring. But he is a weirdo, yeah. But who cares? Like, At the end of the day, right, like, you have to actually, like, see, like, this shit, right? You have to actually do something juicy for, like, me to care, right? Like, why would I care about the Asmongold shit, usually, right? It's like, yeah, he got banned because he broke the rules, and he, like, started saying this crazy shit, and even before he said some crazy shit, like, I don't care. I don't care about anything with Asmongold because nothing's illegal. Like, everything that's happened to Asmongold has been, like, because of, like, him saying shit, and, like, people are just mad and it's, like, threatened, and everyone has those. And the other alternative thing that happens, right? Like, the other alternative that happens a lot, is, sorry. The other alternative is, like, it's just he broke terms of service and got in trouble for it. I don't really care, right? Like, those are the worst things that happen to him, is, like, things that, happen to everyone, and don't really affect him that much negatively, right? It's the same reason why I wouldn't care about the actual, like, WoW drama that started this shit with Pirate Software, right? Because why would I? Like, why would I care about him being better at a video game than other people? I could care about him being better at a video game than other people and accomplish nothing. Or, I mean, I guess I could make money, right? There is actually something I could accomplish, sorry. Or I could accomplish, like, I could also accomplish, like, something and focus on the actual scam, right? And I could also potentially accomplish negative, like, it won't necessarily, it most likely won't, but I could potentially accomplish negative by talking about this groomer shit that factually isn't groomer shit, right? So, like, that's kind of the thing with, like, drama YouTube. It's like, it's getting a pickle of, do we talk about the not so juicy actual law breaking? Do we talk about the juicy old drama that, if you actually look at the law letter and shit, isn't actually illegal? It's kind of weird, but other than that, it doesn't matter. Or do you talk about, like, the bland, uninteresting, like, if you aren't playing World of Warcraft, you don't give a shit, and all these people saying that they care when they don't even play the fucking game are lying, right? Or do we talk about the DMCA involving that, but, like, the DMCA part is still bad, right? Him filing a DMCA and cease and desist against a developer for laughing at the drama that was happening and putting in the game isn't that bad, right? And you filing this when you don't own, you get the idea, right? So, yeah, it's kind of disgusting with stuff. I will say this: remakes and slop. Yeah, Onimusha 2 is slop, right? Like, there are remakes and there are slop, but there's also, like, some cool shit in there. Like, I don't get why people are like, oh, let's skip out on, like, the cool shit and the Onimusha 2 and the Monster Hunter Wilds. Let's focus entirely on the fact that, they have, like, a shitty remake for, like, a worse, like, port of, like, this like, Days Gone, and, like, kind of a shitty, remake to, like, I forget what the game was, also, like, the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, right? And then, like, also, like, slop, like, that one weird, like, mech game and stuff, right? But they also got, like, a sequel to Returnal, which was amazing. Monster Hunter Wilds, which, we already knew was coming, so it's not really news, right? And then we have, Onimusha, right? So we have good games, we have bad games, and then we have remakes, which are good, but, like, the games were already good. Okay. Like, that's basically every time, though, right? Like, as soon as they started doing remakes, that was every conference, right? Because the thing is, most of the games are going to be slop or good. And in the, like, you don't get a turd, you get slop and you get good, right? Like, that's the thing, right? Everyone's acting like Dustborn and Concord and Dragon Age Veilguard are, like, these, like, amazing failures that are killing the games industry. But then you look at, like, shit in the 90s and you are like, that shit was fouler than the unwiped inner ring of Satan's rectum. These games are bad, but they're not that bad, right? Because we haven't had a good shit, like a good just turd, like it's a satisfying to come out shit in a while, right? So these are shit, but they aren't a satisfying shit, right? We haven't had that in so fucking long that people forget what a real turd is, right? Anyway. See ya.